There we go. Here we go. I think we're here. Looks like I'm here. I still at work, Sam. Work? You on night shift? Day shift? Morning shift? Hey Carl. Starting in 3 hours. What's starting in 3 at laugh point and laugh? Ah dear. I better. Yeah, I'm muted over
So I
there.
see we're live now, so.
Yeah, we've got 13 peanuts, counting us. Um, how you off with those timestamps, Peter?
Um, well,
How good are
I'll
you
be
at
on
doing
it.
secretarial work, ML2?
Oh, it's great here. I'm up late. Probably gonna stay up all night. It's 1 in the morning here.
There's not much else we can do about this social
It's
distancing thing. Everyone's either we're not because everyone's lost their normal routines. Like in the daytime you would do whatever you do, and night you do whatever you do. But these days it's a bit hard. Like I've got things I want to
Yep,
do,
it
but
also helps that
hey, you are
yeah,
peanut, Hannah.
well, it also helps that
Yeah, go on.
So it also helps that my parents are upstairs asleep. The dogs are mostly asleep. I'm in a separate room, and I'm also up for the night. So oh well,
you
I
got
have nothing else to do.
you
So
got Monster drink or coffee or alcohol.
I took 2 caffeine pills, and I also took my daily stimulant medication already.
Oh, okay.
I take that as part of my as a prescription for focus. So I'm awake.
Sphera
Is
Invictus. Sorry, Huey.
anybody cutting their own hair to reduce exposure?
Not that I know of,
Oh
but I
yeah.
do need a haircut. I do need a haircut.
I really need a haircut.
My mother
Um,
offered to give me a haircut.
Just,
I just told her no.
just do what I do, guys. Take your beard trimmer, take the guard off, and start at the back, go to the front. It's just that easy.
I'll be honest. I was thinking about leaving my guard on and just doing my whole head with that. Take it down to like a number 4 or something like that, which would be fine and dandy at the moment.
I've
It might
just
look.
ordered a clippers from Amazon.
It won't look very slick.
Never done it before, but I'll give it a go in the interest of reducing exposure. That every journey you can eliminate, huh?
Sphera Invictus.
Yeah,
I asked you if you had subbed for a spanner. If you want.
If you look at a timestamp around about the 1 minute 25, 1 minute 30 mark, Terry.
Oh, that's not for far into
That's
it,
what.
is it?
I meant to say not 1 minute. Sorry, 1 hour 25 minutes. Sorry.
1 hour 25.
Um,
20.
that's pretty much where Blue really starts having a good old go at Slick, and then it progresses from there where Sean G brings in Travis.
Okay, that's 1 hour 20.
I don't normally watch Sean G.
Well, that's SC Montreal.
Yeah.
That's at 1 minute 20.
Yeah, so it's like I think Blue really starts closer to the 1 minute 30 mark.
I don't.
1 hour 30 mark.
That was quite the firestorm today, wasn't it?
Oh, wasn't it? It was.
What are you talking about?
Over on Sean G's. Sean G almost had close to the biggest dumpster fire I've ever seen on Sean G's.
Who is
Absolutely. It started off with SC Montreal, and Slick.
You can join Hannah if you want. Are you still up?
Spur Chemo had a bit of a poke as well, and then Travis, what is it? The Plain Truth, got absolutely railroaded by Sean G for his lack of, his complete dishonesty when it comes to presenting all of the evidence and the factual data that he had.
Wow. Why does this not surprise me in the least?
Thanks for the sub, Sphero. You didn't want a link to come in?
I mean, these are flat earthers, right?
Yeah. Well, see, so it's come to light because Travis sent Sean G all of the original unedited video clips. And, well, because of the type of person Sean is, he actually sat down and watched them all and listened to them all. And here's Travis in the background of his videos, making it quite clear that he was looking at the navigation app for ships. So he actually knew the exact location of the ships that he was taking pictures of. But he never released that information because it didn't really work with his narrative.
That is dishonest as heck.
Well, yeah.
Travis tends to talk to himself apparently while he's shooting out on his own.
Why does
Probably
that
shouldn't
not
have-
surprise me?
That's how he knew. You could hear him saying it.
Yeah. Which, let's be honest, if you're doing a recording, why not talk to yourself? You know, speak and say what information you're looking at that present time. But don't be dishonest about it afterwards and say, well, I don't have that information, especially when it's all been recorded. You know, it's been recorded. You know, the whole idea of any observation like that is to gather as much data as possible.
Well, if you ever, heard Jose's story about how he got out of the flat earth, he always talks about how near the end, he noticed that he was cherry picking evidence that only supported his side and consciously discarding evidence that supported the globe. And he started to feel a lot of guilt about that. Eventually, he just proved to his own satisfaction, and I guess his conscience couldn't keep up with it anymore. So maybe Travis will have one of those awakenings now that he's been exposed. Who knows?
Well, we can hope. Because look, let's be honest. If he learnt to focus that camera just a little bit better, he'd take a lot more decent pictures. I have seen some of his pictures, which are absolutely phenomenal. But he seems to cherry pick the photos that are completely out of focus. Everything's blurry because of mirage or whatever, for whatever reason. If he started actually being honest about what he was doing and did it with the sole focus of collecting data rather than just trying to prove his ether band, people would actually pay him the respect that he would be deserved for actually going out and doing the research and doing the observations rather than this whole flat earth crap.
So, I was recently reading about something completely unrelated to flat Earth, though it is involving, though I'm pretty sure it might be more relevant to Australia than, say, other things. Heard about North Korea? Hello?
I haven't heard anything about North Korea.
Oh, apparently, Kim Jong-un may or may not be gravely ill after a surgery. It's unclear at this point. He could have potentially gotten really, really ill. Oh, he had heart surgery.
Oh.
Allegedly because he's overweight and overworked. Quote unquote, overworked.
Well, the first one's true. He's definitely overweight.
Oh, yes, he is.
Yeah, that's why the
I
rest
think
of the
he also
country,
has diabetes, if I recall correctly.
The rest of the population are all skinny and he's fat. That's weird.
Yep. I've heard that the average North Korean is like something like 4 inches shorter than the average South Korean. I hope I'm not breaking up or anything due to my positioning next to my microphone.
No,
No, you're fine.
You're fine.
Good. So, yeah, malnutrition is like a really bad thing among North Koreans. I've read a lot of stuff about North Korea. It's pretty harrowing. There's this one book I read called Nothing to Envy, which is like one of the saddest books about North Korea I've ever read. It's a description of basically North Korea from from basically just before the famine of the 1990s to relatively the modern day as of when the book was written. It's horrifying.
Yeah, well, they've definitely been through, shall we say, some rough times, haven't they?
I saw a clip.
Yeah,
on here.
apparently, like. Go on.
Sorry, Huey.
So no, you carry on. I was going to change the subject, but so you're in the middle of something.
Well, I was saying that basically there's this in the book in the book Nothing to Envy, they discuss basically the effects of the famine, which was basically caused by a combination of really bad things, floods, the cutting off of economic flow, basically this whole suite of terrible things that happened to North Korea, mostly the fact that they were cut off from their former supplies from former communist countries that were now no longer communist. Basically, their economy fell apart. As a result, like 1 million North Koreans, give or take a few 100,000, may have starved to death. This is out of a population of like 23 million. Where is the article? I have a copy of the book on my phone.
I reckon North Korea and South Korea probably will sort themselves out one day, but to me, I don't know if it's the um, embedded beliefs or whatever you call it, the one side compared to the other, and no matter who's in control or who's in the leadership of the North Korean side would that would that make it change or not? I don't know.
I can't see it being resolved anytime
From what
soon.
unless the North Korean government falls, it will not be resolved anytime soon. And if the North Korean government falls, the integration of the North into the South would be a very weird process. Despite the fact that originally, prior to them being divided into two countries, there were very few, if any, cultural differences between North and South Korea. In fact, the notion of there being a North and a South Korea is kind of a new notion because previously they were one country and were very much unified. Since they've been divided, the very languages of the North and South have diverged to the point where the colloquial registers of the North Koreans cannot actually be understood by the South Koreans. I know this because I once actually found this North Korean propaganda cartoon, and I have some friends who are from South Korea and who were actually in South Korea at the time. And I just messaged them and said, hey, can you translate this? And he said, sure, I'll try. And immediately after he saw it, he said a few minutes later, I'm sorry, I cannot grasp their colloquialisms.
Yeah, isolation will do that. Languages will evolve on their own. But that's how you get all the languages, isn't it?
The amazingness of the speed with this happened.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
that's Orwellian right there. It means that they basically had their language reprogrammed, or their brainwashed, or their languages reprogram their brain.
I'd say it's more like it's partly that, partly North Korean has a lot more Chinese influences and South Korean has a lot more English influences, especially with the colloquial registers. So if you look at the common everyday language, there's also been drifts in what words they chose to use and other things. So yes, I'm sure there's some intention on the regime's part to do that as well.
Did you know what the regime's line for like the past 4 generations or not four, I guess it's been 3 generations now in North Korea has been towards the war with the United States?
Death to America? I don't know.
No, they've been telling all the people back home that they've been at war with the United States this whole time, and that they're winning, and that they've invaded California, established beachheads there, and they're well on their way to conquering the United States. And people bring in like thumb drives and other storage devices full of news so that their North Korean cousins can see what's going on, really going on in the world.
Yep. North Korea, during the peak of the famine, tried to convince everyone in their country that the rest of the world was even worse off. There's they basically alternate in their narratives all the time. It's actually Orwellian how often and how dramatically their narrative changes. For the longest time, they've said that South Korea is this impoverished land ruled by the U.S.
Oh yeah, his daddy told them all that that the South Koreans were our slaves.
And they basically continue spinning this narrative, and yeah, it's absurd. And it's gotten to the point, and then at one point, I think it was in the 2010s, they briefly went to South Koreans are actually better off than we are, but they still want to be reunited with us. And then they went back to South Koreans are the US's slaves.
What did you want to bring up, Huey?
I wanted to talk about on here, I think it was, you played a clip from where Bob Nodell is talking about the laser gyroscope.
Right.
Did you play that on here recently?
Yeah, last night I did.
Yeah, that'll be it. Something really stood out that I'd missed before is where he said, well, we got hold of this thing, and then we did in fact detect the 15-degree-per-hour precession. What he said next that really I never noticed before. He said we couldn't accept that. And so then he describes how they try to isolate it from the heavens with the Gauss cage and a few other. So what he's basically admitting to is starting with his conclusion, and when that didn't fit his narrative, he tried to manipulate the evidence. And this is by his own admission. That's exactly what he said.
You'll play it again.
We carried out an experiment to test the rotation of the Earth. If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift. Now, obviously we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right? We obviously were not willing to accept that, and so we started looking for ways to disprove that it was actually registering the motion of the Earth, and that it in fact was registering the motion of the sky. So the next thing that we set out to do was to encase the fiber optic gyro in what's called a zero Gauss chamber to see if we could actually shield the energies being generated by the heaven. And we were unsuccessful with that, unfortunately.
You can stop it there. I think there's some other things they tried to
Recently,
do
we
as well.
carried out an experiment to.
Sorry.
I never noticed that before. He said, obviously, we couldn't. Obviously, we couldn't accept that
video.
So he's starting with his conclusion, and when the tests didn't fit with his narrative, he tried to manipulate the evidence to fit his conclusion that he started with. That's about as dishonest as it gets, isn't it?
And you're surprised by this, Huey?
No, it's just I never realised he fessed up to it so blatantly. I missed that before. Obviously, we couldn't accept that, is what he says.
Yeah.
Well, if you remember, Huey, back on the Behind the Curve movie that was released.
Well, this is where that's from. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
from.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. So he was at the party that they were all together, and they
Yeah.
were running the live cameras, and he stated quite clearly,
Yeah, things it'd be bad. It'd be really bad.
really, really bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
After this,
that's a little bit different, though. I'm talking about how they manipulated the evidence to fit the conclusion they started with.
well, he even tried
Just
to
not the way you
stick it in
test
a.
for anything.
He
You go
even
where the
tried to
evidence
stick it in
leads
a.
you don't try and manipulate the evidence to fit your conclusion. And I didn't realise he fessed up to it so blatantly. I missed it before.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Well,
we couldn't accept that.
Oh no,
Well, he
of course
even
they
tried
can't.
to stick. He even tried to stick it in a bismuth
Yeah, I remember all this.
container after that.
Well, here's the problem. That instrument detects motion. That's all it does. That's all it's designed to do.
Yep.
So if it's detecting movement where there isn't movement, that's an error, right? That means the device is returning an error. That means every fucking plane in the sky, sorry, Terry, every plane in the sky will have the same problems. They wouldn't be safe for use in aviation. And obviously they are.
Yeah, well, they have a simple, basic lack of logic. So there you go. Again,
I just didn't realise
again,
how
I'm
blatant
sorry
he
I
was
have.
about it.
Again, I'm sorry I have to say this to you, mate, but Blurper.
Yeah, I get all that, Alan. I've been around this long enough to know how dishonest they are. But what I didn't notice before was how blatantly he
Dishonest.
Yeah, obviously we couldn't accept that. I just didn't hear that before. It just really popped out at me this time when Terry played it yesterday.
Yeah, I know how it is when like you say you've listened to stuff over and over and over again, and then suddenly something strikes you that you've just really realised.
Yeah, it just really jumped out at me this time.
Did he really say that?
It just really jumped out at me this time listening to it again. I've seen it many times before, but for some reason I missed that one phrase he said.
Well,
you go where the evidence leads. You don't do the opposite. You don't start with the conclusion and try and manipulate the evidence to fit your conclusion. And I know what they're like. I've been around this long enough to know how dishonest they are, but I just really didn't catch before how blatant he was about it.
Oh, well, there's the quote. We obviously were not willing to accept that.
There it is. Yeah, that's it right there. That's what I missed before. I mean, the thing at the party, I mean, that's quite a little bit different, isn't it? He's just saying, oh, it looked bad for us. In other words, the test went badly for us. He didn't realise he was still mic'd up. That's a little bit different to actually admitting to trying to manipulate the evidence to make it fit.
Yeah. Although the accidentally still being mic'd up thing, that's happened to so many politicians.
That's not quite the same thing as admitting to manipulating the evidence.
Yeah.
In law, that would be called fabrication, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. The funny thing is though, look at the number of politicians that have been caught out by still being mic'd up.
Well, I guess it's dead easy. He was probably wearing a wireless lav. It's probably
I suppose.
It must be really easy to forget you're wearing the darn thing and it's still switched on.
Yeah, I guess, I suppose.
The camera was quite a distance away and they zoomed in, so he'd have no idea he'd been filmed.
Yeah,
and he just forgot he was wearing the damn thing.
So
bear in mind that these guys have been following them around for God knows how long, and after a while you just get used to it. You forget they're there.
Yeah, of course. That was actually what I was about to say. Yeah, he was probably wearing that mic all day, every day at that point.
Yeah, they probably got many hours of footage, and then they go to the edit suite and they pick the stuff they're going to use. But there'll be tons, there'll be hours and hours of stuff, and after a while you just get used to it. You forget the crew are there.
Yeah, yeah.
Harry, I've just dropped another link in over in Discord for you. that actually shows the whole, both parts of that video. So it's about twice as long as the video you just watched, but it also goes on to show that he knows, like when he is at the party afterwards, that he knows that the evidence that he's presenting does not support flat Earth at all.
Yeah, he does. But the point of what I'm making is how he admits to, tampering with the evidence or trying to make it do what they wanted it to do. It's just not the way things are done, is it?
So this is another bit taken from that
Yes, Terry.
documentary.
So it's the same. It's another bit, just.
Oh gosh.
We were going to get onto the other video, but we'll get there.
The
other thing that surprised me a little bit is Bob Nodell knows he knows quite a lot about the ADARU system that modern aircraft use. He understands all that. He knows about Honeywell. He knows that aircraft crews have to calibrate that unit to factor in the rotation of the Earth. He knows all this.
But
Yeah.
I
don't know why he expected it not to move.
Although, of course, he isn't really.
I was just going to quickly say the interesting fact, though, Huey, is that he even lied about his qualifications when he came to his aeronautics license. Anyway,
Oh, is he the airplane guy?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
He's the airplane guy.
Yeah, he claimed to have a commercial pilot's license, which he never did. He claimed to have he claimed to have a multi-engine pilot's license, which he never did.
He claimed to have an instrument rating, which he never had.
Yeah, he could fly a Cessna. When it comes down to it, all said and done, he could fly a Cessna or something equivalent thereof.
And it was a very long time ago. The thing had expired ages ago.
That's correct.
Yeah. The thing had expired about 30 years ago, from what I remember Wolfie saying.
Something like that. It was a very long time ago. So he did a bit of recreation flying in a Cessna or something. That's it.
I'll play this.
And I don't know if you remember, but it was at the time of the conference. And when you go to the conference webpage, he was on there, and those qualifications were on his profile. And then when Wolfie busted him, they took that bit out.
Yeah, it was on his website and on Globebusters, was it, or whatever it was
it might have been, but I'm talking
organisation they set up.
The Flat Earth Conference. You know, when you go to their webpage and all the speakers.
Yes.
On a page, and it's got a little profile, and it was on there about his
it was on several places, and it disappeared off of all of them. Yeah. What's the company thing that was set up that was a bit sketchy as well? The charity thing, the thing that was supposed to be a non-profit.
The non-profit organisation, FE Corps. Yeah.
That was it. It was on there too.
If you go to FE Corps and FE Corps 2, both websites at .com.au, or not au, org, I think it was, .com.org. Both of them at one stage said that, referenced all of those same qualifications that Bob had. Yeah. And then, like Alan said, overnight when he got called out and caught out in his lie, it magically got edited like within 24 hours of him being called out about it. Press play?
Yeah.
Recently, we carried out an experiment to test the rotation to the Earth. If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift. Now, obviously we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right? We obviously were not willing to accept that, and so we started looking for ways to disprove that it was actually registering the motion of the Earth and that it in fact was registering the motion of the sky. So the next thing that we set out to do was to encase the fiber optic gyro in what's called a zero Gauss chamber to see if we could actually shield the energies being generated by the heaven. And we were unsuccessful with that, unfortunately. So the next thing that we're going to try is encasing the entire apparatus in bismuth. If everything works well, I'd like to release it at the conference.
If there's not at a conference in Raleigh, we want to have proof there's no curvature. And if we can do that, it's game over. But the rotation is not looking good at this point. We don't want to blow this, you know?
Right.
And we've got $20,000 in this freaking gyro. But yeah, if we dumped what we found right now, we would be, it'd be bad. It would be bad. So what I just told you is confidential.
Okay, I won't say it.
Confidential, but it was picked up on the microphone.
Yeah, he just forgot he had it on, I think.
So, like Andrea said in the chat, now she's saying Sly Sparkane or BM Furball, and to be honest, I think they both had a bit of a poke at Bob over this. To be perfectly frank, because everyone jumped on it as soon as it happened. Like I found another one here, Bob Nodell line exposed behind the curve, full documentary deleted scenes. So that's how far it got. Like there was a number of the scenes that got deleted as well, because although the people that were making the document were far from flat earthers, my understanding there was a number of people that turned around and said, well, if you release that information, we're going to get you for defamation and or copyright.
No, they can't do that.
No, well, that was it. I didn't think they could. It was a matter of they've either signed they've signed the contract or they haven't.
When you agree to partake in these documentaries, you sign all that away. It's like when Jism thought he could get the footage. When he did his test,
yep.
Jism really thought that the filmmakers would just hand over the footage to him, and he asked them. That's why he didn't record anything himself. He just assumed they'd give him theirs, and he asked.
That's why the Tiger King burned down the gator pen. It all makes sense now.
That's it.
And he asked, "Can I have the footage you shot of my test?" He said, "No, absolutely not. That's our property. You agree to that. You'll sign for that, you know." So they'd have no grounds for defamation. Absolutely not, unless the documentary manipulated it to make it look as though they said something they didn't. And absolutely no for copyright. They got no claim to anything, any of the footage. That belongs to the filmmaker. That's all made abundantly clear before you agree to do these things. So, Peter, are you saying that stuff had been cut from it?
Well, apparently there has been stuff cut from it.
Really? Since it's been released?
Well, no, before it was released.
Well, yeah, but you know, they always have to make those decisions. There's tons of stuff they could use that didn't. As a matter of fact,
let's be honest. What falls on the editing floor, in the making of any movie, can be meters and meters of film. I know they don't do that anymore, but you get the idea. When you know how many behind the scenes outtakes of every single movie we've ever seen has fallen on the floor.
Actually, as a matter of fact, Quartus talked to the filmmaker. He went to a festival in Toronto and watched it there, and he got chatting with the guy. And the guy said, actually, we went easy on them. We could have made them look a hell of a lot worse than we did, but we didn't want to see a hit job. So
I would love to see the stuff that they didn't use.
Oh,
I would love to see that.
There's probably tons of stuff that they could have really made them look really bad, but the guy said we went easy on them, actually.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that because now, especially now, it's digital. Shooting video is digital, so there's other than storage, which is very easily renewable. There is absolutely no reason now for them to not shoot everything. They can literally they can afford to shoot everything. Yeah.
There's no reason to switch that camera off or the sound off. Just leave it going all the time.
Whereas in the past, when they were shooting film, then you had to be you had to try and be at least a little bit careful, unless you had a huge budget for film.
Film stocks are expensive, so they would be mindful of that.
Let's be honest, Alan. You know, if you've got a couple of 120 gig memory cards, except for those couple of seconds of pulling one card out, changing the battery, putting another card in, which you're going to lose a couple of seconds there, but you're not going to lose that much. You could literally just, as soon as you pull that card out, stick it in the laptop, download it onto the laptop, format the card, have it ready to go back in again. You could do that all day on 2 cards and save it all on your computer. And if you're really clever and you really wanted to make sure that it didn't go anywhere, save it onto the cloud or a Google Drive or whatever while you're going.
And that's you and me doing that. We're talking about a company that actually had some production value, some production money.
Yeah, and let's be honest, a couple external hard drives. Yeah, you don't think a big production company's going to have a couple of big, heavy-duty external hard drives?
Of course they are. I mean, you know, it's not like we're back in 1986 filming Full Metal Jacket and Kubrick wanting 36 takes of the scene where Hartman gets shot, and Noforio blows his brains out.
Well, let's be honest. Nowadays, instead of doing 36 takes, they just use 36 cameras to take it at 36 different angles all at once, and then link it all with the computer. You know.
Yeah.
I just.
Although actually, I think it was Hartman that took 36 takes. I think Noforio did his scene in one take, or if they did more than one take, they used the very first one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that was... Those days have got... Well, actually, they still do use film for big budget movies, don't they? But, sorry, we're digressing again, aren't we?
It always happens. It's all good.
Well, that's okay. I was distracted with DMs. People send me now and again randomly.
Now, I dropped one of Wally's debunks on Bob No Clue's second experiment.
But we were somewhere else before we got
but unless you want to go back to
no, well, my theme was to do it because that's why I put the thumbnail on the stream, to sort of go down that bit of a learning curve that I was talk about. There was bits and pieces that were talked about in Sean's hangout today, so I thought, well, okay, we might just discuss a little bit of that. Then we could probably go on to other stuff. But I wanted to get this worked out. There was a bit of Blue debating with Slick and SE Montreal was in there as well. And then later on, Travis and Sean had a bit of a talk. So I'm just trying to find the right spot where, because I know Blue did speak a couple of times. If this is the first time you said about 1 minute 20, we'll have a listen to that.
Well, yeah, around about then, I'll see.
And I know, and Travis is a bit further on because I missed that little bit of Travis.
Yeah, so you've just picked the two stupidest flat earthers that I know.
Well,
of course, Alan. Who else would we pick?
Yeah, but we're gonna mainly we're hearing Blue go.
Okay, as long as we don't have to listen to Slick.
Well, I can skip bits and pieces as we go, but I need to know I don't know what the argument is right at this point in time. That what Blue responds to, so we don't know the context of what Blue's saying. Well, how are we going to not listen to the other side?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense.
At this shit, I said 2 or 3 words, and now you're gonna try to call it a monologue, and then you're gonna step your hillbilly ass and try to white knight. What you white knighting for? Why don't you sit your ass down?
Let's Slick monologue.
I mean, looking at this shit, see how you are? You can't hear it, man. See, when somebody else got something to say, you just can't let them get to the end. But you always talking about 30 seconds, you just said your piece, man. Ain't nobody.
You don't know.
Was I finished?
It's not monologuing. I can mute button for everybody.
Yeah, but here's the deal.
If that's all they're going on about there.
Yeah, that's why I can't listen to Slick. I must control the conversation, and you're only allowed to talk when I'm going to let you.
He really pardoned Jose, called him all kinds of things, accused him of being two-faced.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that bit, Peter. If they're just gonna, if it's just the
that's fine.
Because I think that's all it was with the Blue and Slick going on like that for a while here and there. I remembered that bit. Now we're going to find Travis now. Where that came.
Travis might be an idiot, but I mean, at least he will attempt to talk to you.
So Terry, if you go forward now to about 1 hour.
I thought it was after that.
About 2 hours, I think it is. Just on 2 hours or just after 2 hours. No, actually 158. 158.30.
Has anyone heard Slick?
Yeah. So 158.30, and then let it play from there, and that's about where Sean shuts everyone up and Travis comes in.
I thought Travis was more composed than I expected him to be. I thought he'd really lose his shit. You know how he gets butthurt and loses his shit?
Well, he really did try hard to compose himself, didn't he?
Yeah, I suppose I better do this first.
Are you talking to Rita?
Because that really needs to get played every time you're going to have Travis on. Oh, sorry. I thought Terry was ready to hit the play button there.
Yeah, it's
You're going to have to play. You're going to have to play it a little bit back to catch up to it.
But if you start at about 150, what did I say? 158.30, and just play it
157.16 be fine then, wouldn't it?
I'm at 157.16. That's
Well, you can play it from there, but it's the end of the argument with Montreal. That's all. But that will be fine if you just hit play there. It should be fine, Terry.
Oh yes, because yes, of course it's YouTube. We're talking in hours, minutes, and seconds, not in minutes, seconds, and frames.
But
That's
you're
correct.
saying it falls to the ground. He said that gravity pulls it to the ground.
Gravity does pull it to the ground.
Okay, well, Khalid just said it falls to the ground. So
The acceleration. Don't play the semantic game, Slick. I don't need that shit.
not playing a semantic
Grow
game. He
up.
said
You are playing a semantic
okay,
game.
now there ain't no sense in getting. Why are you getting triggered? If I'm playing a semantic game, why are you getting triggered? But then
don't get triggered.
But don't get
triggered the last 15 minutes, dude. And I just joined.
Dude, I ain't been triggered. I've been as calm as can be. Now here you go. The hell is you talking about?
Is that why you said your goodbyes to Jose the way you did?
Hey guys, excuse me, guys. I'm gonna shut you. I'm gonna shut everyone up. I'm gonna ask everyone to mute yourself. I allowed you guys to vent tonight. It's fucking my turn.
Sean, that.
How you doing, Travis?
Hello.
Yeah. Fuck your honk. All right, so check this out. I told you, Travis, in a DM a few days ago that I needed 15 minutes of your time to be able to debunk the ether band, not only to the world, because I've done that, but I would be able to show you the real world. I would be able, I would be able, I would 100% be able to show you. I would be able to 100% be able to show you that you're in. Well, I don't see it. Your version of verification is so completely inaccurate that any claim you make is exactly that, inaccurate.
Okay, what's your standard for verification?
I'll show you right now. Well, that's the easy one. Standard for verification is a verifying way to verify your claim.
Oh my God. What the fuck did you just say, dude?
Okay. So your data.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
I said, what's your standard? And your standards, you said, my standard is that you would have a verification to verify. Okay.
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
Standard of verification.
Okay, here you go. My standard verification. Okay, here you go. My standard verification is that you verify that you have an understanding of the claims that you are making. Otherwise, you are not admitting dishonestly that you're just incorrect.
This is you against me, Sean. This is you saying.
No. You ready? Because I'm going to show you. No, I told you. I was going to be able to show you. And I'm going to do it right now. I'm pulling up the picture.
Do it. Listen, are we on the air? Because I hear an echo. Like, I keep hearing myself.
Then you're kind of repeating yourself, and maybe you have YouTube open still.
Oh, I forgot to shut the YouTube. I usually remember to do that.
Okay, so here's.
Listen. Hold on. First of all, Slick, I apologize for hijacking your show because I just came in and I was going to wait my turn.
Oh, dude, you missed you missed the show. I thought you were
killing it. No, I thought Slick was killing it.
So you've been here the whole time?
He absolutely raped you, Blue.
I was thinking.
He made you feel like Gladys when you come up behind her.
Hey, Travis, you want to get kicked off my panel?
Throw him off right now.
I don't give a shit. You want to talk to me or not?
Oh, well, here's the thing. Now that I know that you're here, I can kick you off my panel and just show you through the YouTube chat. So if you make another comment like that, you'll have your Insta ban for life, and I won't really give a shit. So
Travis, he shut the whole panel to talk to you, and then you talk to Blue.
Well, that's it. That's his way. That's his way of being, throwing his little tantrum. He's worried.
You shut up. You shut us up, dude.
Hang on, Crow. He's a little nervous right now, so you got to give him that. Okay.
No.
Now here we go. Now Travis.
I'm really nervous.
No, okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I get it. Whatever. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm going to show you 3 pictures. This is one of the pictures. Let me go ahead and click here. Let me pull this one up, and I will pull. We'll see this one, and we're going to look at Which one is it? Let me get it out of here. Is that it? Nope, that's the one I'm showing.
Sorry,
that was it. There we go. Perfect.
Thanks, No Name. Shout out to No Name.
Okay, here we go. So the image you're looking at right now. Now.
Yeah, I could barely see anything in the distance. It's so foggy and small.
Okay, yeah. That's nice. Okay, so according to you, you're able to tell me the distance to the horizon and how far we're able to see due to your explanation of the ether band. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. I'm not done. No. Okay, then go ahead and take off. Yeah, then you can just go ahead and leave. But I'm going to continue on what I'm saying, and if you want to be able to respond, you're kind of going to have to shut the fuck up. Okay, here we go. So in this situation, I'm going to treat this exactly how you treat yours. The only data that matters, and me explaining this to you, and then you being able to verify it, is that this is a observation. So I want you to explain to me why you're seeing what you're seeing. I want you to tell me the elevation and the distance of that horizon and or coastline. Here's why I asked for those steps. Because those steps are ways of verifying that you have a clue of what you're talking about. Now, I get what you're talking about. You don't have to say, oh, I don't get it. Because here's the thing. In this image, I'm giving you far more atmosphere, aka your ether band, that you're going to be looking through. Here's the thing. Now, I need you to quantify, like you do for your observations, quantify this. Tell me my elevation and the distance to that coast.
Okay, you are creating a false equivalency, okay? First of all...
Okay, well, here's why it's not a false equivalence. Here's why it's not a false equivalence.
Go ahead and interrupt.
Yeah, okay, I am. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm going to tell you why it's not. Because the data is sufficient. I took this image. I know the distance. I know the distance to that horizon. I know the distance to that coastline. I know the distance to that buildings. I know the distance to that first hill. I know the distance to that second hill. So everything that I'm asking you to verify is 100% true and possible to have. What you're saying right now is that the data or the verification that I want from you is impossible because it does not exist. You're wrong, Travis. You need to learn your terms before you come on my stream from now on and pull that bullshit. Here's why. Let me explain to you real quick. Yeah. I'm happy you're saying that. Yeah. This is my stream. Yeah, it's recording. Oh, don't worry. Okay. Here's why I'm doing this. Because on Travis, on the side, I learned all your little tricks. All your fallacies and straw. Yeah. Here, all your fallacies and straw man bullshit doesn't apply right now because here's the problem.
It doesn't apply to me. I have a protective shield around me. Pew 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 pew.
Okay. Anyway, here's why. Because I am verifying your understanding, not your observations. So therefore, your straw man isn't a straw man because we're looking at it. I'm asking you about a situation that is in front of our face, not a situation that is off-skating from what we're actually talking about. Second, is there's no fallacy because anything that I'm asking from you, I can do myself, and I have done myself. Therefore, there is no fallacy here. So why don't you start over?
Yeah, there is.
And why don't you start over and just tell me how you're going to verify the distance and why we're seeing what we're seeing. Go ahead.
Great, awesome. May I please?
The floor is yours.
Okay. Now I will answer your questions about this photograph that is not mine, but yours.
It does. No, here's the problem with that.
Okay,
I get it. Okay, I'm cutting you off again.
Talking.
Yeah, I know, dude. Guess what?
Lot of fun.
Yeah,
this is
I know.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, I know. It sucks ass.
Okay,
but when you do this, I'm going to stop you. And here's what I'm going to stop you for. Travis, do you believe that your observations are enough to tell everything about the world, flat or globe?
Have I made that comment?
Yes.
Have I made that claim?
Travis, do you live on a globe or a flat Earth? Do you live on a globe or a flat Earth?
What is my claim about my photography?
Do you live on a globe or a flat Earth, Travis?
This is a red herring. You have a red herring right now.
This isn't a debate, so all your little red herrings and your false, all that shit don't care to me. Okay, I'm asking you a simple question. Where do you live? Do you think you live on a flat Earth or a globe, Travis?
Your question right now has no relevance.
It has all the relevance. You want to know why? You want to know why it does?
Tell me.
Okay. because
Wait.
you.
Wait.
What?
I need to get a piece of paper and a
Okay,
pencil. Hold on.
cool.
I was just kidding. I was just kidding.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, okay, wait. You're so funny. That's
Thank
so funny.
you.
That was so cute.
I'm very happy right now. That made me
Okay,
smile.
so before we get off track, Travis,
Yes,
the
Sean.
reason why it matters, whether or not you believe you live on a flat Earth or a globe, is because on every occasion you can, your claim is that it's not a globe. So I'm asking you, do you live on a globe or a flat Earth?
Okay, it's not. Every occasion, it's not a globe. Okay, you are
Travis,
misrepresenting my claim.
I want to. Do you live on a flat Earth or a globe?
Your question is irrelevant to my claim.
My question is relevant to the questions I'm asking you to see if you understand what the fuck you're saying. So guess what? Everything I'm asking is 100% relevant to this conversation, your observations, your understanding, and your claims that we do not live on a globe. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you live on a flat Earth or a globe, Travis?
I just snorted. Hold on. I gotta compose myself. Hold on. Okay. What relevance does your question have, Sean?
Because your claim is that the globe is incorrect. So I want to.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You fuckface.
Oh, okay, perfect. Hey, Travis, boats are obstructed due to curvature.
That's incorrect.
Okay, so now you're claiming that we don't live on a globe. Like I said.
That's not the fucking inference, you dolt.
Travis,
You
what
sound like
shape
a
of the Earth
dishonest
do we live
asshole.
on?
That's not
Travis,
the
that
fucking.
is.
Okay, listen. My claim is not to do with disproving the globe. My claim has to do with disproving that it is Earth curve that causes the obstruction. Now, listen.
Oh, wait, Travis.
Okay, hold on.
Wait.
Hold on.
So
Hold
are you
on.
saying there is Earth curve? It's just not the reason for obstruction.
I'm saying that if you want to split the hair that way, you can still assume that I might concede that it's a globe.
Oh, so you're not a flat earther.
I'm telling you.
Travis, are you coming out? Are you coming out right now? Are you not a flat earther anymore?
Listen to me. No, I'm telling you.
Oh, so you are a flat earther. So you are a flat earther.
Okay, listen.
So no wait. So you're a flat earther then.
I'm telling you that I
No. Don't. Stay on topic so we don't get any straw mans happening.
Are you talking to Rita?
Okay, Travis, do you live on a flat Earth? I'm a little confused because I'm sorry. It did just a minute ago. It sounded It sounded like you said there is a possibility of Earth curvature. I thought that's what I heard.
No, I said if you want to.
Oh.
I said if you want to. My claim has been very specific from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have made a
Okay. Hey, whoa.
claim.
I don't need to hear your claim. I know your claim. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to look at the picture on your screen and verify the distance and elevation using your Etherband verification system.
Great. I will answer your question if I can show you
I don't want to see your pictures. I've seen all your pictures.
a random
No.
graph of an elevated.
Wait, what?
Right. No,
random? No, this isn't random.
You haven't seen.
This isn't random at all, Travis. This is actually,
Okay,
I went to this spot,
Sean.
took it on purpose.
So did I. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I took
Travis,
my photograph
since
as well.
your observations are your evidence and your data without data, well, wait. With data, just not known data to everyone. But what I'm trying to say is you have made this claim. You have made this claim numerous times that obstruction is not due to curvature. And if you're saying that, then you're saying that we do not live on a globe. And if you're not saying that we don't live on a globe, then are you saying that you're not a flat earther, Travis?
Okay, look.
Here's the thing.
Again,
Here's the thing. If we're gonna go off of what you're supposed to be doing, and that is verifying that your claim is correct using other tests, other observations, because Travis, you understand that your observations are shit all compared to the world, right? You do understand that part, though, right? You understand that your camera isn't wide. The angle doesn't have a wide angle enough to give a shit all about what the world is really doing. Yet your observations, your observations, and again, your observations alone. Hang on, Travis. Travis, you've already stated. Look, I'm going to say your claims right now, so you may want to listen. So if I get it wrong, you can hear it, rather than talking over me, because I'm not going to stop talking once I start talking again. So here's where we go. Yeah, go ahead and do that, and I'm going to talk. Just try to remember. Here we go. Travis, your claim is that obstruction is not due to curvature. I asked you to verify it. The only way Travis can verify the ether band is only in Travis's photos. Now, here's the reason why
Who says that?
Oh, perfect. Travis, quantify my photo. Go. I'm so happy you said that. Go.
Yeah.
Oh, how about another one? You want another one? I got others. Here. I'll give you.
Picture,
no, wait. Okay. You can show me. Yes. Listen. You can show me pictures. 100%. If I've seen the picture, we're throwing it out.
Yeah, you haven't seen it because I haven't even gotten to it in my my files.
Okay, perfect. Let's see it.
And I'm gonna make you guess.
Let's see
my height.
Okay.
And all that shit.
And only after you're done doing it here. Go. No. Oh, wait. Do you want another one?
No,
I can give you another picture.
No, see, Sean, listen.
Okay, how about Travis? You do this one. Okay. Do this one, Travis. Go. I'm ready. I don't care, Travis. I want you to understand why you're here right now. You're here for me to show everyone. Hey, Travis. Okay, I can. Okay. So here's the thing, Travis. The reason why you're here isn't to have a discussion on Travis's photos. You're here because I told you I can show everyone, including yourself, that your verification of the ether band is complete. I don't care about your debate terms. This isn't a debate. This is a conversation. So here's what. Yeah, this is all true. Everything being happening. So if you're gonna sit there and answer, okay, here you go, Travis. I'm not what?
You're not giving me an orange for an orange, because guess what, Sean? I tell you what my height is. I tell you what the distance is.
Okay, Travis.
I don't make you guess.
Show me. Tell me where to go. Tell me where to go right now. Where in your uploads on your channel, you say how far any of your vessels are. You say how far any of the fucking fishing boats that you're watching are. You're telling me you'd say the distance to those at any point.
I don't make claims about the boats.
Okay. Have you said, Travis? Tell me right now. Have you said on your channel the distances of that fishing boat?
Stay up all night trying to figure out.
Travis, have you said the distance to that fishing boat on any of your videos?
No.
Okay, Travis, do you know the distance to that fishing boat? Think about that before you say it. Think about it. I'm gonna let you say it again. Travis, do you know the distances?
Say about.
Oh, about?
I might have said about.
Oh, just about? Are you sure?
Okay, look. The only way that I can make a claim is if I did a marine tracker on the boat.
Yep. Okay. So Travis, how far out is that fishing trawler that we always look at? How far out in the distance is it? Because remember, that's always been in this conversation that's going to be a problem in our arguments because we don't know the distance of that fishing boat. Travis, you know the distance of that fishing boat?
Okay. Are you talking about the very first video?
Yep, I'm talking about any video you have a vessel in that your eye is fixated on for any period of time. Do you know the distance?
No.
Travis, how would you feel if I can tell you you're full of shit right now? Because remember those videos you sent me from that day of that observation? Well,
Okay,
in that,
listen.
yeah.
Hold
Shut
on.
up. No,
Hold
I'm
on.
talking.
No.
I'm talking
I
because
just
in those,
asked
in those,
you-
and all those uploads,
I
Travis.
asked
Yeah,
you
Travis. I'm going to
specifically
go.
about
I'm going to
the
go
video
ahead
that
and I'm
you
going to mute you because I'm going to get this out. I'm getting this out, so you can either listen and be able to
And I
talk when I'm
also
done,
said-
or you're going to wait.
I also
Okay,
said
here's the fun
only
part.
way
Yeah.
I can make a
Okay.
claim-
So, like I said, Travis, are you sure about that? Because Travis, in the videos that you sent me, there were 3 different vessels, and every time you looked at a vessel, in the fucking audio your camera picked up, you were audibly talking about the vessel finder you're looking at each time you look at a fucking vessel out there. Tell me I'm full of shit. Go. You can unmute yourself. Tell me I'm lying.
Okay. For fuck's sake, I've been talking this whole time.
Yeah. And I told you I was meeting you. And when I say I'm going to start talking or you hear me talking, it's probably not a good idea to talk because I'm talking because I'm going to talk over you. So the only way you're going to hear anything is if you stop talking. So I'll say it again if you didn't hear me. Travis.
No.
In the three different videos of 3 different vessels. Okay, wait. I'll kick you off my fucking panel. I've already said what I got to say. I dare you to fucking mute the host of this panel. Dare you. Go ahead. I dare you.
I didn't think
dare
I could.
go. Do
I
it.
actually didn't think I could.
Try it. Go ahead. Okay,
No,
cool.
I was
Yeah,
just mouthing
perfect.
off,
Travis. So I'm going to ask this question real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
In the 3 videos that you sent me from that day, when you were looking at 3 different vessels, did you or did you not, in the fucking audio, you talking, say, this is the distance in the vessel finders?
Okay. As I said before you put me on mute, I believe the only way I can make a claim about the distance is if I was on Marine Tracker. So
Were
what's
you?
the fucking problem?
Oh, no. You weren't on Marine Tracker. You have a little handheld thing or something that you use? What is it?
Vessel fucking, it was
Perfect.
Marine Tracker,
yeah,
dude.
thank you. Perfect. Guess what?
Tracker.
Hey, Travis. So when I ask you, what's the difference to that boat? And you say, I don't know. You're full of shit.
Sean, I told you.
You don't know?
Okay, listen.
Uh-huh.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Don't be a smart ass. I hate it when you get
wait. You're saying if you're on Vessel Finder while you're making those observations.
Right.
Perfect. Because guess what? You were. And you
Sean,
even say it in the audio. Maybe you forgot about that. Because look, here's the thing. Because when you play these, I am. When you play these uploads on your channel, you don't play the audio. And I think maybe you forgot that because when I was watching all these videos that came on in that file you gave me, I realized, oh shit, Travis is talking in all of them. So I said, guess what? I'm gonna listen. And I listened to 3 different vessels that you watched. And each one of those vessels, you refer to the vessel finder in your fucking hand, and you said, and I
What's
quote,
your fucking point?
Okay, Travis, what was the distance to that fishing boat?
Sean, I don't remember.
Then how do you know it's not? How do you know it's not curvature due to, or it's not obstruction due to curvature if you don't remember the numbers? How are you arguing this?
Will you let me answer?
I don't even need these fucking pictures. You're doing it yourself.
Are you going to let me answer?
Go for it. You can try.
I'm not going to try, okay? If you have paid attention to any of my videos where I discuss this, I give you examples of obstruction due to mirage at shorter distances, okay? At shorter distances.
I'm so proud of you.
Those examples
Travis? Travis?
Are you going to let me finish?
Travis?
Or are you just going to interrupt me?
I like interrupting you. It's kind of fun. You've already put it this way. You've already.
You're not going to let me give
you've
you
already avoided.
Your Honor.
Yeah. You've already avoided. You've already avoided why you're here. You've already avoided why you're here. You already avoided. You already avoided. You are literally avoiding the fact that. Yeah, I did. To do what?
I don't fucking know. You said you put my name. You put my name, and then you tagged me and put the link.
Let me see.
I figured you wanted me to join.
Okay, let me tell you why you're here, since I guess apparently you don't read our messages. I said, Travis, I'm going live. Oh, I can't debunk your claim of no curvature due to Etherband claims or I can debunk your claim of no curvature due to ether band claim in 15 minutes. See, it wasn't the ether band. It was about your claim. It was about your BS. If you think different, join the panel. You said, I know you can't. This is why I don't join. Then you shared some link that I didn't share because I'm not your bitch and I'm not passing anything on. And I said, I'm not a messenger, blah, 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 but I can 100%. If you're afraid, that's why you don't want to show. I understand. And you said, okay, little
Sean,
G. So you 100%
why
know
are
why
you
you're
child?
here.
Am I afraid?
It seems like it.
Sean?
It does seem okay.
Sean,
Travis, if you're not afraid, Travis, stop talking. Stop talking. If you are not afraid, and if you are honest by what you say, I want you to look at a picture and quantify it using your ether band system. Can you do so? Can you do it?
If you give me the same details I give you about my
okay, perfect. Sure. Okay, you ready? Oh my God! I didn't know that was your only I didn't know that was the only stipulation. Here, I'll show the picture. Here we go. Oh man, I didn't know that's all you needed. My bad. You ready? 2,000 feet elevation. Okay, that's what you gave me elevation. I give you elevation. Quantify that shit.
Okay, Sean, first of all, I'm driving right now, so if you want me to study something, I'm going to have to look at it.
Okay.
And then try to
perfect.
Figure out what
so I'm going to send you 3 pictures. Okay, I'm going to send you 3 pictures. Then when you're actually at your computer and can quantify these things, you'll send them back, and then I'll have you back on again. Is that how it's going to go? So basically, so the only verification you're going to be able to do, hang on. The only verification you're going to be able to do, you need time to look at this, right? Okay, well, I'm going to send you the 3 pictures, and I will give you the elevations and the locations. But I'm not giving you anything else because you don't give anyone else anything or anyone else that information. You only give elevation and maybe a few distances, and I'll do the same. But whether it be for temperature, atmospheric conditions, none of that matters because it's all the ether band, remember? So I'm going to give you 3 pictures, and the next time we have a conversation, it will be you being able to give me all the data that I need to understand that you really can verify it. Oh, okay. Then guess what, Travis? Travis. No, Travis. Then you're wasting my time. I've done what I felt what came to do. You're saying you can do something different. Okay, here's what it. Oh yeah, I proved you can't verify for shit. And here's the thing:
no, you didn't.
if you want to change the minds of every single fucking person that's listening right now, and myself, and if you don't, I don't really care either. But I will send you those pictures via Skype. I'll send it to that group or whatever. I'll send it to your email. Doesn't matter. But you can. I'll give you whatever time. I'll give you whatever time you need to quantify those. But until then, Travis, don't come to my chat and don't come to my panels. How about that?
Okay, Sean. When I have an observation like any of them, I know the distance to the objects that I'm observing. So if you have landmass, if you have landmarks in your photography, I need to know the distances to those places you want me to analyze.
Perfect. I will give you look, the picture you're looking at now will give you the distance to those buildings. And I'll show you the 3 I'm going to give you. This one to this picture.
I'm not looking.
Well, for the record, and you'll know. For the second one, it's the mountain range. I want to know how far the horizon is, and for that,
no. I don't make that claim. I don't make that claim, bro.
Oh yeah, you do. I want to know the dates
on. Where do I make the claim? Where do I make the claim? I know where the horizon is. Where have I ever? And what's the qualification?
And Travis, don't you have like a whole stream dedicated to the aqua horizon and the terrestrial horizon?
Not about the distance. I tell you exactly what I need to know about knowing.
No, you don't. I listen. You don't tell. You don't. Just so everyone knows, you don't have to go and listen. I'm telling you now, I listen, and there ain't shit of information in it.
He's lying to you.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Anyway,
John,
I will give you the distance to that.
Everybody.
I'll give you the distance to the mountain in the foreground, but I'm not going to give you the elevation because you're going to figure that out with your ether band. Because here's why, Travis. Here's why. Here's why. Because I guarantee you that if all I need from you, Travis, check this out. Here's all I need from you, really. All I need to know is what you're looking at and where. and I'll make all my calculations based on that and the research I get myself. Now I want to see how far you get with this. Now the next picture that I'm going to show you, Travis, is the other picture I wanted you to quantify. Actually, I want you to quantify this one the most because this is like a Jay Tolan experience. It's going to be awesome.
I don't make quantifications.
I don't. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Oh, you don't? Wait. Obstruction due to curvature.
You consider that a quantification?
Because I can quantify why and how it happens, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I will send you those. Since you're on you're obviously driving, Travis, I don't want you to do it unsafely and be looking at pictures. So we understand each other now where we're at. So I'm gonna go ahead and kick you off my panel, and when you're ready to come back, you let me know, and we'll set up something and we'll do it. Okay, buddy? Have a good one.
Okay, buddy.
Bye.
Okay.
Hey, I really do appreciate you guys letting that happen. I let you guys vent. I really needed that. I really need to expose Travis. It's one of those things, people. Like, remember when I was like, hey, Travis doesn't understand. Travis understands. He hides information.
Sean,
that was 10 minutes or whatever. I'm not going to get back in my life of a waste of time.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Sorry, Terry. I kept having this terrible urge to hit that particular button on my keyboard that played that question, because we all know the answer to that, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Pip.
Morning.
So, do I need to go back and watch Sean's hangout that I missed because I was like asleep and stuff?
Well, look, it was more of the same shit. To be honest, they did move on to other shit after that, though.
Oh, right. I'm just glad that I was in Jose's Discord when Slick just lost it.
Oh, did he?
Oh yes, and then went straight into Jem's Discord and started pal mouthing Jose.
I see he was in there. I could see his name in the side chatting.
I could do what the hell I like. I could take your Discord, Jose, man.
A man got a problem. He's got a problem.
Oh yes. Well, it's not our problem anymore. He's not in there.
Good.
Don't
piss the Jose off.
Analogy to the Matrix movie. Has anyone heard that?
Probably, but remind us.
That's hardcore. Well, he claims that he's a red pill guy and the rest of us are all blue pill. So if you're blue pill, it means that you've been indoctrinated and you're brainwashed like the people that are in the Matrix and don't know it. Nick, on the other hand, has got the red pill. He's seen the truth.
He's Morpheus.
Well, the problem with his whole analogy is that Morpheus was taken out of the Matrix and it was demonstrated to him that it wasn't real.
Correct.
The flat earthers haven't got anything like that.
True enough.
Nothing that comes anywhere near close to what Neo was demonstrated. Yeah, great. Wake me up, pull me out of the Matrix, and show me reality. But they haven't done that. That's a bit missing. Nothing even comes close to what Morpheus saw, right?
And it completely, you're right, but it also completely misses the point that was hidden in the movie the whole time.
Sorry, what was hidden?
Oh, that Neo never actually got out of the Matrix.
Yeah, great. Wake me up, pull me out of the Matrix, and show me reality. But they haven't done that. That's a bit missing. Nothing even comes close to what Morpheus saw, right?
And it completely, you're right, but it also completely misses the point that was hidden in the movie the whole time. Why am I hearing this twice?
Yeah, we're getting it twice for some reason, Terry.
Yeah, no, I got the thing. Sorry.
I mean, I really
thought no name was going mad there.
I did. I was like, but wait a minute.
You're repeating yourself.
I just made that point. I mean, it's still just as brilliant the second time around, you know.
But let's be honest though. Like, it's as bad as this whole black swan thing that they were pulling around. What they don't realise is it's not just a matter of showing a black swan. It's showing that the white swan doesn't exist. Because that's the point they completely miss. This is not a matter of, well, the Earth could be a globe and flat. No, it's one or the other. And if you show something that works for your black swan, well, it's got to not work for the white swan, which then means there is only one, black or white. End of story. There's no halfway in between. That's it.
I mean, they don't even have a model, for heaven's sake.
Stingray does.
Stingray, yeah.
Yeah, but he had to bend the laws of physics to make it, didn't he?
Yeah, just
we
yeah.
don't
I
like
mean,
to talk about that.
Inverse cube law.
There's nothing wrong with changing the laws of physics. You know, we learnt that from Star Trek.
Right. You just wave some fungus.
Can't
at
change the laws of physics.
Well, there's nothing wrong with if somebody can demonstrate that something in physics it has been misunderstood and they can give you the real explanation, but the flat earthers aren't going to do that.
Fair.
Yeah. Anyway, I am sorry that I dropped out a moment earlier. My internet died.
It's okay, Brian. We still love you.
Okay, that's my name apparently. Yeah, just call me ML2.
What? I'm sorry. Is that not your name?
Brian is my real name. I just don't like to be referred to it online by that because I like to be a little anonymous.
I apologize. I didn't realize. Oops.
Yeah,
I like to hide my identity a little bit.
Yeah, just don't call me by my real name. I like to hide my
Yeah,
identity.
or me.
Sure thing, Alfonso.
Yeah, yeah. He who wants to be really anonymous online, so you know, has all his contact details embedded in all the photographs he puts up everywhere over the interweb. just to make sure nobody tries stealing them.
I don't mind people know my name. I just don't mention it very often.
Yeah, my problem is I have a work account that I'm running this off of, so actually hiding my real name in my details was not an option initially.
Okay.
Yeah. So earlier today I was tutoring, and I tutored 2 classes. One is for a professor teaching statistics. That one I get the most traffic towards. And then there's this one class I teach where the professor in question teaches Calc 2, and none of the students show up to tutoring. So basically, it's like one class is really busy, the other class is like dead silent as far as tutoring is concerned.
Yeah, I can kind of go with the not wanting to turn up for Calc 2.
Agreed.
Agreed, but I mean, this is the tutoring thing. I'm actually helping them with their homework. It's not like this is the class where I'm teaching it.
Yeah. I completely get that. It's just I can still go with the not wanting to have to go to Calc 2.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but when I did my degree, the maths was the bit that I really struggled with. I managed to get just enough maths to get me through the degree, and as I haven't actually had to use it since, I've pretty much lost all of it through not using it.
And for me, it would be a case of if I ignore it, it'll go away. Thank you.
Well, to be fair, when I was in, I actually took a Calc 1 equivalent in high school as part of college credit. And then I took a placement exam for my college, and I did so ridiculously well, apparently, that I was placed in Calc 3. So I learned Calc 2 in the interim on my own. So I never actually had to take Calc 2 formally. But I understand that it's one of the harder courses in the sequence for the people taking it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've been lucky, because I've never. Well, I suppose the thing is, if you're working with it all the time, even if it's difficult for you, if you're working with it all the time, it really helps, doesn't it? Because you become familiar with it. But
Yes.
when you struggled with it and you're not having to use it, it's like, also, as an electronics engineer, most of the time you're not deriving everything from first principles, are you? You've already got the equations there that you can stick the numbers in and get the answer out that you need.
Fair enough. I mean, the weird thing about me is I actually enjoy math. I enjoy playing with numbers and equations and other things, and I actually find it, what's the right word? Almost psychedelically enjoyable.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I think that's great, and it's a bit like me with electronics. Yeah, I love electronics, and playing with stuff and thinking about it, and I can understand that for people who have the brain that is good at doing the numbers. Me, I think I'm really lucky because there's MATLAB out there to throw the multi-dimensional arrays into for visualizing them.
Yeah, that is another thing we're lucky with. We have computers. Even top flight mathematicians are lucky to have computers. I mean, some calculations would take years to do by hand.
Yeah, I mean, and let's face it, once upon a time, computer was an actual job title for humans.
Yep.
I believe that was a job that Feynman had at one point.
Really?
Yes, I believe Feynman actually had a job. Worked in that field.
Did you see Hidden Figures, Alan, the movie?
No.
That's a good movie. It's really good. And that's what it's about, when computers were human beings. Just lighting up. The movie's about these women working at NASA. And that's what they were doing. They were computers.
Ah, yes. Yes, because there was that, because back in the 60s, NASA didn't really care, did they? They didn't care who you were. You could be a black woman, and they would still employ you as a computer.
Yeah, that's what the movie's about.
Yeah, I didn't recognize the name, but I remember reading the stories. It's like this was the 60s, and NASA would employ pretty much anybody in what was then considered to be a high-end job.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's a really good movie. I enjoyed it anyway.
Yeah, that's one of them things that I haven't had a chance to watch, and probably would end up sitting in front of and falling asleep.
Yeah, been there, done that.
It's interesting to think that in the old days you had to in the days of the first table of logarithms was actually created, I think it was in the 17th century, by a guy named John Napier or John Napier. I forget how to pronounce his name. I'm sorry if I butchered that. He took 20 years to calculate it by hand.
I think it's Napier, Scottish fella.
Napier, yes. Thank you. It took 20 years for him to calculate the first table of logarithms by hand. I'm like, and nowadays you can probably just spit off the table, probably using even the same methods if you wanted to, and even less in like a few seconds, if that. Just amazing how far we've come.
Oh yeah. Technology is great, isn't it?
Yes.
Excuse me. So how long have you been on for? How much have I missed?
Not a lot. Only been on for an hour and 48 minutes.
Oh well, that's good.
You missed Bob Nodell, Pip.
Oh, that's sad.
Where's
I
the
have an
echo?
echo. I don't know. Hello.
Hello.
Definite echo.
Yep.
Echo.
I have an echo?
Thanks, sis. I've got nothing
Is
else on.
there anybody in there?
Yeah, it's definitely
Not
about
if you
to
can
the
hear
phone.
me. Is there
I'll lower my
anyone at
volume.
home?
Is it better?
I don't know if I hear an echo.
There is no pain you are receiving.
No, I still hear an echo.
Yeah,
Echo.
I hear nothing.
echo.
A distant ship smoke on the horizon. Oh,
Somebody
that's better than my
fix it quick,
shower
shut
right
him up.
there.
You can usually tell who the echo's coming from because they're the one person
Ones
who
that can't hear it. So who can't hear an
Yeah.
echo?
I can't.
It's you
Yeah.
then.
Well, there you go.
Have you got
Yeah.
YouTube running?
Yeah,
You got
your volume's
YouTube running?
loud.
No,
So
it's just I have my speakers running, so I'm not using headphones because they're kind of
That's
low
right.
on battery.
Oh, that's why then. Plus your microphone level's loud too.
Hold on a second. I might have a way to fix this. Wait, no, I don't. My charger's upstairs, and I'm not going upstairs to wake my parents.
I wouldn't care.
When my father wakes up, he can get kind of nasty. Let's just say that.
Oh, well, you haven't got him trained.
Training him would not be easy. The last time I woke him up, he basically went into my room, screamed at me, and basically turned my computer off and hid it. I'm just saying, he can be kind of a jerk.
Well, tell him that I'll wake him up then.
I might actually be able to improvise in the meantime. Hold on.
Anyway, Peter, you still here somewhere? Yeah, I think you are. No.
Yeah, maybe somewhere.
You said you'll be right back after a phone call, so you've had your phone call. That was about, that was ages ago.
I don't know. Almost an hour ago.
Farmer's Boy said he was AFK a little while ago. That echo's driving me up.
ML2, could you just go on mute just now?
Yeah, I might just mute them for now. Okay, now we can concentrate for now. I just grabbed a couple of watch laters for some flat Earth experiments that I'm finding in these thing. What's this one? Flat Earth demands conduct experiments to prove. I don't know what that one is.
The echo should be better now.
Ooh, loud.
But your volume is very loud.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, it's super loud.
Renee me's wanting more Pink Floyd. Please no.
Are you busy, Andrea? We can play some Anton.
Well, thanks, Pip. That makes me feel all super confident and squishy inside.
No, it's not that. I don't like Pink Floyd.
Oh, fair.
Okay, what else have we got? No, we've had him. We've had him. We've had him. I'm trying to find experiments that we haven't seen for a while.
How's my volume now?
Better.
That's wonderful.
That's better.
Good.
Okay, simple experiment to prove the Earth is not a ball. Okay, I'll grab that one. Okay, any more we got? Flat Earth, angular resolution. The coin experiment done right. Debunk
That's a
flat
coin
Earth
on the
theory
table.
about perspective. No, we don't want to debunk it. We want to see their experiments. Amazing flat Earth experiments you can do at home. Sunset, sunrise. Flat Earth, sunrise.
Sunset, sunrise. Come on, Terry. Sunset, sunrise.
Okay, yeah, I'm just checking to see what it's from.
That's only so you can moan about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I think I can. I think I can show sunrise.
Okay, I'll grab that one.
I think I might have the wherewithal to deal with that one.
Okay, I'll grab that one.
Yes, Dave Cannabis, you heard me say it.
Okay, I'll grab that. I don't know what that one is. That a same?
Sorry.
That's better. I'm now dressed and have breakfast.
Okay, flat Earth vacuum experiment, heat transfer. My first of my vacuum experiments, heat transfer to solid matter through a vacuum via infrared radiation. I don't know, that's 51 minutes, that one. Don't want that one. We don't want that one. We don't want half of these ones. Jeez, don't they do anything different?
No, it's the same shit, just done differently.
What else have we got here? Unless you Google something different to what I did, and you might get different results.
Oh, there's Carl. Hi, Carl.
Okay, that'll do me for now. Oh, wait a minute. No. I'll find it. I don't think I'll find it anymore. Proof flat Earth with shadow experiment observation.
Did you see I saw a Starlink last night?
No.
I heard you say that.
They said go out at 5 to 10. Saw them at past. I was freezing. And they're going all directions. I'm looking for a train.
Okay,
that'll
do.
I think they're spread out a bit now, haven't they?
Yeah.
I grabbed a couple.
But it's like when my app tells me the ISS is coming over, down to the second, I know there's no rush because for the first minute when it's supposedly visible, I can't see it anyway.
Yeah.
There are houses in the bloody way, so it's like, yeah, whatever. I ain't going out there yet,
Yeah. I keep looking in the wrong flipping direction.
I was originally, Alan. I was looking west. My husband had said, coming up the west. Okay, so I'm looking west. No, nothing. 10:15, nothing.
Well, I
So
know
looked
one direction that you wouldn't be looking, Alan.
Kind of south.
Where's that?
Coming from?
Down.
Yeah, good one, Terry. Good one. Yeah, there's.
I would say they were kind of southeastern, heading north.
Yeah, my problem west is my problem is west is about 30 plus degrees further round clockwise than I keep thinking it is. So when I'm looking like what I think is west, it's still a hell of a lot further round.
You missed the ISS by 5 minutes the other day, Dave.
Quite easy where I am because literally west.
Were you going to
The
film
sea's
it,
2
Dave,
streets
or
away.
you were just went outside and hoped you'd see it?
The hills at the east and sea at the west. I know where I am.
I don't know when it's due to go over us again. I'd like it to come over at the time of day where you can see the sun reflecting off it, and you could film.
So you want me to would you like me to find out when the next time it's coming over and it's going to actually flash for you, Terry?
Yeah, and then you can film it for me with your new camera.
Well, it must be due.
Oh.
Didn't Wally say him and Huge Arse were going to do an experiment or something?
It goes it's whether or not you can see it is the
yeah.
It's the you normally get 3 good passes back to back, and then you'll have I think it's like a 14-hour break in between, and then you'll get 3 good passes and a 2-hour break, and then 3 good passes.
But Dave just said no. I just wanted to see the place.
We usually just get a couple of passes.
Yeah,
because we're at that the transient point where it actually, well, not so much Terry, but me being down in Melbourne, we're actually at the transient point of the arc. So it's actually, it will come down from the northwest normally, and then it will go back up to the northeast. But quite often we'll get the transient as it's going from east to west, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it kind of loops around you, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we get an extra. Yeah, we get an extra long exposure there at one stage, which is quite nice.
Yeah, because here it's invariably, even where I am, invariably south of me.
Well, there you go, Terry. It's about to go over north of your place in about...
Dave, I've never got on camera ever.
15 minutes.
15 minutes? What?
Yeah, about
what?
About 15. What? In about 15 minutes.
Oh.
You won't see it. It's too bright outside.
No, the sun's gone down here.
Yeah, but the dusk can still be too. The amount of light in the sky can still be too much.
Yeah, but wouldn't I get a bright light from it, from the sun reflecting off it?
No.
Yeah, because not compared with the sky.
Okay, I'm looking at. I'm looking
get
out.
A bright light off it.
Yeah, and I've got a little bit. I've got a little bit of cloud here and there, but not a lot.
So you will need to be looking at a roughly speaking 45-degree angle off from your north to east. So about almost perfectly northeast. At about
northeast, So if I'm looking north, is it about my 2 o'clock? That's how I can imagine it.
Yeah,
north in the sky to me is 12 o'clock. Like looking.
Yeah. So about 1:30.
Yeah. Okay.
Who's clicking a keyboard or something?
Not me. I'm outside looking at the sky.
But then
15 minutes,
you need to be looking. You need to be looking up at about a 51.6. So once again, about a 45-degree angle upwards in that direction as well.
There's a little bit of cloudish in that direction as well. Usually I know you can see something in the sky on that angle if the sun was down enough, and I could probably see a planet or a star just visible, and then I know I could see the ISS go over.
Venus was gorgeous last night, and I couldn't get it camera either. It's most annoying.
But I've got a pass that goes right over my head in...
Why am I seeing the clouds lit from underneath, though, from over on that direction?
That's weird.
That's weird.
How
could the clouds be lit? They're dark on there, but they're lit underneath, though.
Yes, to practice.
Dark on top and lit on the bottom. Yeah,
they're dark. Yeah, they're dark there, and they're all lit all up underneath over there.
So I've got a pass that literally goes right over my head, Terry, in about...
I'm coming back inside.
2 hours.
I'm going to miss out. Do you reckon that little camera of mine will actually take a photo of things like that at all?
I doubt it.
No,
I can't
Did you?
get it in mine.
How well could you see the ISS when I used my camera when it went over? When I used my phone.
I can't remember.
I've seen yours quite well, did I not?
You might be able to pick up the if you could. The problem is making it do a long exposure.
Oh, okay.
Remember when I was doing that star stream? Taking the star photos, Terry, and I was using my phone to try and show you the ISS going over.
Uh-huh.
It will be a bit like that. It might work, but like Alan said, the exposure would have to be perfect, and I don't think those little cameras really have much in the way of adjustment. So.
I'll tell my daughter to buy a P900, and then she can keep it for a little while, and then give it to me, and she can buy herself a P1000.
Fred, that's not what Pip said at all. She said it was gorgeous.
What have I missed?
Did I miss
Oh,
something?
got really
yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, it's not what she said, Fred.
No, Fred,
No.
not at all.
No, you've got totally the wrong end of the stick.
Penis was gorgeous. No,
Pip
definitely not.
wouldn't say Pip wouldn't say something at this time in the morning. Wait until the afternoon or after she's come back from the bowls club or something, and she may.
Oh, balls should be open now.
Oh, Peter, I just got really, really excited, and then it just got dashed because I realised that it hadn't updated my location. I thought I was going to get a really good full brightness ISS pass on Monday morning, and then I realised it was for the default New York bloody city.
You should be getting a really good pass in about an hour and a half. It goes right over the top of
the big
right over
yellow
the top
thing
of,
in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it goes
but we
right
can't
over the
see
top
it.
of
It's
London.
the middle of the damn day.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
not my problem.
My next cycle
They
is next Wednesday morning at 4:21 a.m. Yeah, jog on.
Yeah, I mean, I can get a -1 magnitude at 9:08 on Monday evening. I can get a -0.6 mag on Tuesday evening, and I can get a -1.5 mag at 8:21 p.m. on Thursday, and the only one that's even a half decent pass is the Thursday one, because that's a 5-minute 22-second.
So I'll just try and drop this in Discord, Alan, so you can have a look at this one, which, like I said, is about to happen in about an hour and a half for you.
Yeah, I've only got it. The one I'm looking at only shows visible passes, so
yeah, there's no point us looking at anything in the next 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I can rub it in though.
Oh.
In fact, there's no point in us trying to look at anything in the next 12 hours.
Probably,
There you go. Have a look in Discord now, Alan, and have a look right where it goes.
The moon's up there beside the sun as well. Can you able to see it?
Oh, it goes just across the top of the M25.
Yeah. So just north of Bristol, just south of Oxford, just north of London.
So if it's just south of Oxford, it's not too far from me then.
So yeah, but that's in an hour and a half.
Yeah, no chance.
I have seen it. I have seen it in the middle. I have seen it in the middle of the day before. It is possible to see. You just have to be looking in exactly the right spot. And obviously, you need to be getting some type of reflection off it as well.
If the sun wasn't out there, it'd be a cracking sky because everything's up there just now, right beside the sun almost. All the planets and the moon.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just waiting for it to finish setting here, Pip. So
I'll share my thing when Terry's finished.
Oh, yeah, I need to keep an eye on the weather now, don't I? Because it's a good period for some nighttime time lapses.
Mm.
Oh, the sky was absolutely amazing last night, Alan, up here. We're not a planet to be seen.
I was a bit.
That's right now.
I was a bit distracted yesterday because I had because somebody had to come and bring me some food and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, how inconvenient of them.
Yeah. And Rosie had to come too because she needed to pick something up.
She shouldn't be coming to you.
No. But she needed stuff.
Especially with baby.
Yeah, I know.
Can we watch some stupid?
Yeah.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Terry.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna make a coffee. I
haven't had any stupid in days.
Yeah, I don't know how old. I don't know how old some of this stupid is. I just found it randomly on the
I've had a weekend of slick.
YouTube.
Eating that would be ideal, wouldn't it? She says, someone
how-
turn the sun off for half an hour or so we can see
Oh, this one's from
the other
20
object.
We're going back to 2017 with that person with the FF word. FF name. No, FW, sorry.
I was
Or
going to say, what
no,
the Foo
PW. What is it? PW, yeah. But it's pronounced F.
Okay.
Like in Farlap.
And that little island near Bangkok.
Oh, what you mean?
Phuket.
It's now Portishead.
So this is
a bit of a difference.
A 3-year-old. This is.
Hello, Flat Earth researchers.
Okay, definitely time for coffee.
It's time to do some primary.
Hello, Flat Earth research.
How come I was hearing it before I played it?
Because someone might have hit the play button on his soundboard, Terry.
Oh, that threw me off that bit. I'm going, what the? I thought, no, I'm not playing it. Don't do that to me. Okay, I'll try again.
Researchers, debaters, and debunkers. I'm going to do a quick and very easily repeatable experiment using light and shadows with this torch representing the sun and casting shadows on the wall from this bottle and box on the table, so that we can compare what should happen to shadows if the sun is going down below the curve of a globe, with the table edge representing the edge of the globe, and
but there's no edge.
with the sun just getting farther and farther away, as it does on the flat Earth. Over here I have a marking on the wall which is at the same height as the bottle. So of course what should happen is, if the sun is only above or at the same height as the bottle, the shadow of the bottle will go no higher than the bottle itself. So if that bottle was a building casting a shadow at sunset on a building next to it, if we are on a flat Earth and the sun just gets farther and farther away, then we would see a shadow that never goes higher than the height of the actual object casting the shadow. However, if the sun is going down below a curve and therefore lower than the object itself, then of course the shadow goes higher than the object itself. So it's a very simple comparison that you can make with the sun just getting farther and farther away, not making the shadow go any higher than the object itself. But if the sun is going down any lower than the object, the shadow of the object will go much higher than the object itself. So you can make this observation absolutely anywhere, in a city, on the beach, in the countryside, a tree, a post, a stick in the ground, a building, a statue, whatever. If the shadow of the object never goes any higher than the object itself, then you know the sun is just getting farther and farther away. If you see the shadow go higher than the object itself, you know the sun is going down below the curvature of the earth. Simple, easy, repeatable science. Thank you very much.
I'm so glad he did that. Because now he's just explained how shadows can end up on clouds.
Yeah,
he's saying he can repeat the experiment that he did with the torch.
You mean shadows on clouds, just like you're about to see come up on my
I was going to beat you to it, Alan.
thingy? Oh, you're actually going to play one of my videos, were you?
In particular, Alan, I was actually talking about things like shadows of mountains up onto clouds.
Yeah, I haven't got any mountains here, mate. Where I live in bloody Norfolk, it's flat.
I do.
You know, well, I do have a mountain here. It's 20 meters high.
Yeah, that's Mount Everest for you.
In fact, the hills in North Norfolk, they get up to like 250 feet. So yeah, they might even. So they're making almost 100 meters.
Wow. You sure you don't
Has he finished already?
You sure you don't need oxygen at that height, Alan, when you're driving around?
Oh yeah, sometimes I think I do.
Well, you better be quick sharing because I'm grabbing. I'm doing something.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll share the. Sorry, I've got to go find it quickly.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
Phil.
That's what I'm doing. I'm looking too.
Morning, Professor Phil.
Evening, Professor Phil. Oh, I found mine.
So he's going to show you his.
Didn't know you'd lost it.
Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, I want to play that.
Share screen. There you go. Got there. I hope. Got there, I hope. Or have I been booted out?
No, you're still here.
Beating me to it.
You're still there. You're still there, Alan.
Okay,
just
I wasn't
be
sure
patient.
if I was. Yeah, it's all right. I can't see what's going out because I've got the. You know what Discord is like when you're trying to share. Zoom is like when you're trying to share stuff. I mean,
I don't know.
You just see it wherever
problem.
you're playing it.
Yeah, I don't have any problems.
Yeah, I know. I mean, look at those clouds coming towards me that are really low down and shaded, while those clouds in the distance are underlit. And then the higher clouds going the other way seem to be running into the lit zone as they move west. Sorry, as they move east, while the lower clouds still stay in the shadow. Oh, and look at the shadow the cloud is actually casting on the other cloud. And the bit that's sticking down a bit.
So it has been pointed out in the side chat just then. However, I think we all need to say happy birthday to Professor Phil.
Oh, that's right, Professor
managed to
Phil.
go around the sun one more time.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Professor Phil.
Happy birthday, Phil.
That's it. That. Sorry, I know it's I really should have a version without the intro on it. For doing this, shouldn't I?
I'm going to have to disappear for a bit, Terry, so I can start organising food for these children of mine.
Okie dokie.
But I will be back.
Okay, Arnie.
It is a nice sunrise capture. Very good. Very pretty.
Yeah, that's about an hour's worth. Maybe just a fraction under.
Point laughs at happy pill birthday. What? It's supposed to be Phil, not pill.
Yeah, there's also this one as well, of course, which is this is the one the previous one we just watched was the 17th of April. This one is the 11th of April. And look at all that underlit cloud. And various bits in shadow and not in shadow. The only real problem with doing all these time lapses is then I've put some wear on the camera shutter. Because this is 2,000 individual photographs. Taken at 2-second intervals. And then this one's the 26th of March. I think this one took a while before the exposure got enough to see much. Yeah, no, I don't think this one's quite as good as the others, but this was my first attempt at doing a time lapse at that time of day. Yeah, I know, Dave. It's something like that. It must be buoyancy or density or disequilibrium, maybe.
No, it's just perspective. Everything's perspective.
Oh, well, sorry. Yeah, is that the buoyancy perspective, the density perspective, or the disequilibrium perspective?
It's curvilinear perspective, I think. I don't know.
Well, curvilinear perspective is a real thing.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, the medium of the ether brings it into a different focus through the optical sandwiching of the light smushing in your eye.
Trigger warning, trigger warning. Who let him in?
Trigger warning, Pip. Sorry. I'm bad about spoilers. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I shall relinquish the screen now.
Those were beautiful. Very relaxing.
Yeah. Why is it that looks like fake CGI?
Because it is. It is.
It's a fancy elevator.
It's showing the city landscape over time.
Oh, cool. Where is this?
I'm guessing New York City.
This is a very cool display.
Is this Wolfie's? Yeah, Katie.
Welcome to One World Observatory.
I think it's Wolfie. He gets a cracking sunrise, sunset.
I'm gonna step down. We're holding for the next show. Make sure you're behind the silver line, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm currently on the observation deck at the One World Trade Center in New York, and this direction that I'm facing now is directly west. We're about 30 minutes until the sunset, and as you can see, it is significantly south of west at the moment. There's west. the sun is a long way south of west. So we'll do the date verification. Okay Google, what is the current date?
It is Thursday, the 31st of January 2019.
My birthday.
That time of year, the sun's going to
So
definitely
as I
set
pan
by
left and
south
right, I
west.
want you to notice that small green dot which is currently to the right of the frame on the pylon. As I pan left, that dot is moving to under the sun, and it is now to the left of the sun. Because I'm not using a solar filter, we are not seeing the true size of the sun in this video. We are seeing the size of the sun glare. However, that green dot you can see is an internal reflection in the camera. And that is acting like a solar filter. So that is showing us the true size of the sun. Now this is something that a flat earther missed in his own drone video recently. He was attempting to show that the size of the sun shrinks as it was setting, but he completely missed the internal reflection, which actually proved it remained the same size. When I pointed that out to him, he immediately panicked and deleted the video. We'll talk about that in a future video. So the base of the sun has just touched the horizon, and if we look behind us, as I touch the ceiling here, you can see my shadow on the pylon is reaching all the way to the top. So the rays of light from the sun are actually quite horizontal now. If the sun was above a flat earth, we would not see that. In fact, you can see the sunlight there. So that means the sunlight is now coming into the building at a very slight upwards angle. And even after the sun has disappeared, if you turn the exposure up too much, you can still see a bit of that glare.
Wow,
Professor Phil said, Brisbane? Yes, Phil, that was in Brisbane. Yeah. I don't think they've got that tall a building in Brisbane. Well, there's my underlit cloud, so to speak, with the sun going past horizontal.
Yeah, that's a nice observation of a sunset.
That's why I waited till you do
it's
yours
much-
and I'll show you mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's much harder for me to do sunsets because, like, I can't really, I don't have a particularly good view to the west.
No, and I
So
can't
I'd have
because
to-
I got this great big rock in the road.
Yeah, well, you know where I went and sort of made them, took them pictures from the top of that hill over past the church. I'd have to go up there to get a decent.
But of course,
shot of the sunset.
the critics look at this and they say stuff like,
Sorry.
If the sun and moon were just...
Sorry. That's my fault. It wasn't muted before I... Who's this one from? It's just called Flat Earth. Another January one, 2018. Amazing flat Earth experiments you can do at home. Sunrise and sunset explained.
Wasn't that the one we just watched with Gigantor?
No, this is from somebody else.
You sure it's not?
Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters, and debunkers. It's time to do some primary school
No, it's
science.
just so-called Flat Earth. 11.3k subscribers. Videos by Rob Skiba.
Okay. Sorry, because I'm sure that's what you said the name of the video was when we got the pleasure of.
Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters, and debunkers.
Yeah, that was the first one. Yeah, I know, that tricked me, that one, but not this one, you won't. Where am I looking, Peter? What are you doing?
It's impossible.
I think Peter wants me to show that. I think he's given me the hint from the kitchen. That's Peter wanted his guys to see that. Unless he just took that photo, nice. Then going down the shops to buy takeaway for dinner.
Yeah, nice underlit clouds again.
But of course, the critics look at this and they say stuff like,
if the sun and moon were just circling over the flat Earth and getting too far away to see, then we would see them shrink and fade out of view as they set. But we don't. Flat Earthers will show you videos where the sun appears to grow or shrink, but this is an illusion due to thick clouds. You can always see that there are clouds near the horizon when they try to show this. Normally, this illusion does not happen.
oh, so he said that flat earthers are always hiding it behind clouds or whatever. Well, there's plenty of footage out there you can find where there's no clouds involved. This is from a really good video online you guys need to check out called Flat Earth Proof Sunset Off Pucket. I'm not sure if that's exactly how you pronounce it. P-H-U-K-E-T.
Yeah,
really interesting, showing sunset. I believe this was actually somewhere off the equator. Again, you'd have to watch that video for yourself, but it clearly shows the sun changing.
You'll see the sun going sideways,
as
can't
it goes
you?
away. So please take note not to ignore this evidence. Other videos
Just
you've
north
seen
of the equator,
where
I would
it
say,
looks
from
like
the
it's going
direction
in
of
an
the sun
arc
movement.
like that and going off into the distance. Other videos where people have taken and used filters and whatnot, and analyzed the sun moving and then done a measurement of pixels across the screen, showing that it does in fact look like it gets a little bit smaller in some cases. In some cases it gets a lot smaller. In this case from 302 pixels to 290. And then of course there's this video right here, which apparently was shot in the desert, where there's going to be a lot less moisture. And so whenever there's less moisture, you're going to obviously have less refraction and magnification.
You don't get to pick the anomalies that seem to agree with your views and ignore the common observations that don't, and still call yourself an honest investigator. That is intellectually dishonest.
So thinking about all this and thinking about what I had just shown you regarding atmospheric lensing, magnification, refraction, all that with regard to cities and objects at a distance on the land, I got to thinking, I wonder how this would work with the sun and moon. So this is what I came up with. I've got my magnifying sheet frame, and I created a little stand to paste the sun on it and keep it the same height over the flat surface of a table. So the sun is always going to be parallel with the surface. And check this out. Alright, here's the first test of a sun moving over a flat surface, and with no atmospheric magnification, it does what we might expect it would. It gets smaller as it goes away from us. Alright, now let's see what happens when we add in our atmospheric magnification. Again, water and refraction. Water causes magnification and refraction, right? So let's bring the sun back.
Only because it's a circular shaped glass.
Refraction bends the light downward. It made the sun set on a parallel surface. As it was moving parallel, the same height, the whole way over a flat surface, the refraction caused the sun to set. Not only that, well, let's bring in the beginning of that little test, and we see that it maintained pretty much the same size, too. Pretty close. And of course, that's because as it's moving away, the magnification is still taking place, and so even though the sun's further away than it was in the beginning of the test, the magnification
so dishonest.
Basically preserved the same size, and the refraction made it set. Of course, again, depending on how much moisture is in the air, we could see that the sun doesn't appear to change in size at all as it goes down. We could see sometimes perhaps that it looks like it's getting bigger when it goes down. You ever see like a really big sunset or moonrise, moonset, you know, where one of them looks really large on the horizon? Well, that could be because there's lots of moisture in the air causing that effect. Or when there's less moisture in the air, obviously you won't have as much magnification taking place, and so it looks smaller as it goes away. So it's all relative to the amount of moisture that's in the air. Now, I'm just going to put forward a crazy idea for you to think about. And that is, if Rob Skiba could figure this out, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I think it's quite possible that the creator of the cosmos could have figured out the same thing and engineered our beautiful sunsets, thanks to all of that water he placed in our atmosphere. Just something to think about.
But the atmosphere doesn't act as a simple plain lens. It just doesn't do that. He only gets it to do that because he's looking through a simple plain lens, even though it's been turned into a Fresnel sheet, and he's looking through one particular bit of it. If he moves the camera over so he's looking through the side of the lens, that drawing of the sun he's got is going to do some really weird stuff, like, I don't know, move sideways.
Well, he didn't do that, did he?
Of course not, because he's a lying expletive. Oh, look, I'm actually holding my anger and frustration in today. Am I doing well?
You are doing well. But did you know if you hold your anger back, you're more articulate in your rebuttal to all this dirt?
Yeah, I know, but it's really hard because because you know it's like how do you argue? How do you argue with
the critics? Look at this and they say,
"Ah, shit." Sorry, pressing buttons and.
So yeah, I mean, at least there's something to rebut in that video. Half the time when they just spout word salad, it's almost impossible to rebut because.
Well, that's why I thought we'd go down this.
You have no idea what they're talking about.
That's why I thought we'd go down this track, and in our off shows, just show a random couple of flat Earth experiment videos and show how stupid they are for even with their experiment. Like you said, their narrative. Yes, everyone knows their narrative, but just the way they try to do an experiment, they just have no understanding. But he's trying to compare the glass of water refraction to a lens refraction.
Well, yeah, I mean the thing that it's great. You can put the pencil in the glass of water, and the pencil looks a lot fatter because it's been magnified. Now put it in a square glass. Don't put it in a square glass. No, don't put it in a round glass. Put it in a square glass and see what happens. You're only seeing the magnification in that glass because it's essentially a cylindrical lens. It only magnifies it only magnifies the image horizontally. There's no vertical magnification in that image. If you look close at the pencil in the glass of water, you will see that it is that that there is only magnification in the direction that.
But were we seeing the sun in the centre of the lens, or were we seeing it at the top of the lens? Because remember, Mr.
It's
Sensible,
looking through the top of the lens. Let me see if I can.
Mr. Sensible did that one over the ball to show how you could see land beyond that pin or whatever it was that he had on top of it, and he was using the lens in the same fact, where you could see past the curve.
Yeah.
We're showing it in its what we do see, and he's showing it something that we should see. That's two different ways of using it.
Right.
He's trying to misrepresent what we see, but Mr. Sensible's showing us what we do see.
Yeah. Stop video for a second. Let me just get the right video camera. Right. Do I share oh no, I can't share my. No. Oh bugger.
What did you want to share?
I wanted to actually show. Oh, can you pin my video camera for me, please, Terry?
Yeah.
Right. Oh. Here we go. Sorry about the state of my desk. But you see the pencil? You see the pencil?
Yeah, I'm watching the pencil.
Yes.
Watching a pencil. Oh, you got a fat pencil.
Oh look.
You got a fat pencil.
Yeah, but you'll notice there's no magnification vertically, is there? Well, there'll be a little bit in this. There might be a little in this glass because it's tapered.
Yeah.
because you might see that because it's not just a straight glass.
But also the other effect too is when it's on an angle, it doesn't look parallel to it, which is another effect of the magnification.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having it. It's really.
Yeah, we're seeing it okay here.
Square.
That's okay.
But
But he also had the pencil on an angle, which showed a different type of refraction.
Yeah, you get that. You get the step as it goes through the surface as well because it's at an angle.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's quite tricky trying to watch my screen.
Trying to patch it
so that I can keep the cameras pointing in the right, and then keep the pencil in the middle of the water, and
like trying to pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time.
Yeah, but as we can see, you only oh come on, there we go, because that's now level with the surface of the water.
Yeah,
which is important.
Yeah,
and you can see as it goes in, it is really only it's the width that gets magnified, not the length. Doesn't look any longer.
I hope are you going to drink that water after you put that dirty pencil in there?
Of course I am. I mean, I used to get the carers used to get really upset because I would, I have a stirrer for stirring my coffee in my tall latte glass thing. It's called a screwdriver.
Yeah.
And then
it's amazing what we used to stir our coffee.
And then to make sure that it doesn't go rusty or anything, I lick because of all the crap in the coffee, I will lick the coffee off the screwdriver blades before wiping it dry.
Yeah. It's amazing what you can use for a stirrer down the shed: a spanner, a screwdriver, a ruler, a bolt,
pencil,
a long bolt. You can use a long bolt.
A pencil. Because remember, it isn't actually lead in there, is it? It's a mix.
Carbon, isn't it?
Yeah,
carbon
it's graphite and something else, and a binding agent.
As Scott said, he uses a spoon.
Yeah, I use a spoon occasionally. Maybe I'll use a spoon for stirring stuff if I happen to have a spoon handy.
John said, "You're a bunch of wusses. I use my finger." Yeah.
Yeah, the sun should go squished out sideways. It shouldn't. It should be. Now, squished isn't the word I would use, Dave, because squished implies it goes in sideways. But but yeah, I'll go with. It ends up getting squished vertically just because it does go through that bit of the atmosphere where it gets
also you haven't mentioned
seriously refracted.
You haven't mentioned that word that starts with an F, what people don't seem to know how to use on their cameras.
What, focus?
No, the other one too. A filter.
A solar filter. Yes, if you wish to photograph the sun and see the sun,
yes,
you need to use a solar filter. What was really funny was that one of those clips he showed of a sunset, there was an internal reflection, and you could actually see the lens flare reflection of the actual sun.
Okay, what's this next one we've got? Hey Dean.
Terry.
Hey Dean.
Can I just show you the lens thing?
Good morning.
A lens thing? Is that the technical term or the?
It is. Can you see?
Is this something you prepared earlier?
Yeah. This is something that I've got always prepared in my flat Earth waste of space folder. So can you see this little boat in the distance and this object? Well, there's a few objects. They're just there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, right now we're looking through a lens, but this is a perfect lens. This is
no
a
aberration?
perfect spheric. This is a perfect spheroid. So when I start getting a certain distance away from it, we can see it's a lens. But if I'm looking at an object, and like Alan said, if we move to the side, we get entirely different effects when we get to the edge of that lens. It would be the world's most funky place to live if the atmosphere did this.
No.
And
Whoa.
the crazy thing is, this lens has got this shape to be able to magnify things. But the amazing thing is, to create a shape like this with this kind of surface in the atmosphere, you cannot do. There would always be it would always be non-uniform. It would be non the lines on it would be non-homogeneous. It would just be all over the place, which means even if we were looking at something through this lens like so, we probably wouldn't be looking like this. The atmosphere would be doing things like that, because it wouldn't be a perfect lens.
It'd be far from it.
So now we've got issues with saying the atmosphere is a
You just
lens.
put some bloody astigmatism in there, didn't you?
So we haven't got a perfect lens. And to be honest, I've not altered the lens that much to be able to do that.
Dean,
Yeah.
you know that astigmatism you put in there to start with, that makes that sort of looks like it's been chopped by an axe.
Mm-hmm.
I have that exact same astigmatism in my right eye, but it occurs from it's down at 4. The notch looks like it's been put in at about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so the stigmatism.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, so the stigmatism, I've just put stigmatism in there that's a little bit more placid. So now we get distortion towards the top of the lens.
Yeah.
What I did is I actually just made it a little bit more random in terms of, it's not a flat surface on one side. Well, it's still a flat surface. It's just ever so slightly perturbed. Honestly, it's the slightest way. We can still see the shape of this.
Yeah.
Is pretty much a lens. Yet even the smallest change in it gives us this effect.
Yeah, don't know it.
Which is ridiculous. You cannot claim that there is a lens in the atmosphere. It's just ridiculous. And as we all know, if it's actually changing the path of the light at all, people from the side would see something entirely different. Objects wouldn't be where they would normally be. You wouldn't be able to put it this way. This would make wars a very interesting proposition. I could imagine the deaths in World War I being in like the double or triple digits rather than the millions, because you just wouldn't be able to shoot anybody.
Yeah, how are you going to send that artillery in?
There is. I forget what it is now. It's not the anglerfish, is it? It's the. It's something else. It's. But there are fishes that have adapted to knowing the change in refractive index between air and water, so that they can.
Yes, it's the ones that spit the water out and knock the flies out in the sky.
Yeah, unfortunately, it took them millions of years to develop that, so it would take us the same if this were the case. So we'd be screwed for a few million years.
Yeah, but come on, Dean. If this was actually the case, we would have evolved to adapt to it, because we would have been evolving within that system the whole time.
Possibly. Except the atmosphere cannot create you know, kind of uniform shapes like this. It would be just a jelly water mess. It would be like looking. It would be like looking through constantly changing surface of water where everything would just be jelly. You know, like Travis and his photos where this is reality, but in fact everything's dancing around like jelly. Everything would be that.
He seems to capture the ether band in every single photo. I don't know how he does that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you use enough magnification, you can see the refraction that's going on, even on very cold days. The thing that I discovered that is actually counterintuitive is if you want to see refraction through a spotting scope or something like that, buy a really, really good one. Spend £5,000 on a spotting scope. You can see the refraction across 550 meters of slightly damp grass on a sunny day that's like 5 or 6 degrees Celsius.
But what I want to know is why don't we see images like this that Travis posts?
Well, because
we never see
Travis only goes when he knows. Travis tries to pick his day. Seems to try and pick his days to go when the weather is most likely to cause serious refraction issues.
Do you think he's
and
just
I'm pretty
unlucky?
certain. I'm pretty certain he is also seriously cherry picking the actual images he shows us. I mean, when I do a time lapse, when I've had time lapses of stuff that haven't even worked, if there's something that I can actually put together and show as a video, even if it's just a whole load of cloud going over because that's what happened, I'll publish it because.
But in those photos you might see underlit cloud, which is not what you were actually filming in the first place.
Yeah, or you see, I see all sorts of things. And yes, I admit that when I'm doing things like trying to do a time lapse of the stars going around the celestial pole, yes, I'm going to pick my days for the weather conditions so that I can see what I want to see. Because I'm not going to go and put 2,000 exposures on my camera. Just to photograph clouds that I don't have any interest in.
I still think, obviously, all flat earthers don't understand refraction or how light works, even though they claim they do. But there's also globe earthers that don't either.
Oh no. Well, it is actually a really difficult subject, isn't it? Unless you're into this.
I actually don't think it is. Okay, so I've started thinking about a way to explain it easy, and I think I've got one. And I was almost on the edge of going into ranties to say, look, this is what you guys don't understand. This is what refraction is. And it's just, yeah, I think I can break it down. I think, and not use big words and everything. Just be breaking it simply down into two categories. That's all that refraction is. Two modifications. That's what refraction can do. In fact, do you want me to show you my idea that I'm going to develop in my explanation?
Better ask Terry.
Terry?
There you go. I charge $2 per minute.
Nice. It's okay because I charge 220. So just subtract that from the 220. It'll be fine.
Yeah, but I'm cheap.
Yeah. So I'm just getting this up. Give me a second. Here we go, here we go, here we go, and share. No, not the screen. The QuickTime Player. Share. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Can we draw all over it with the annotation?
So there are, because I want feedback on what you think to this explanation. So on the right we have the observer, on the left we have the object, and we've got two distinct observations here. We could actually just separate them with a line. So we'll say that this line is just separating the two experiments that we're going to do. Two
Yeah,
completely.
I guessed that.
Yeah, yeah, I just realised just to make it clear. Okay, so there are two effects of refraction, only two. I don't care about the magnitude and classifications within those two, but there are only two. One is the vertical adjustment of light. The other is the order of the light. And there are only these two. Everything sits within those bounds. So let's deal with the first one. So Snell's law dictates that light always bends towards the denser medium.
Yes.
And what we've got here is we've got a medium that gets denser and denser and denser and denser and denser and denser towards the ground.
Yes.
So we can say that light is going to bend down here from our object on the left to the right. Now, that is refraction. What happens to the light coming over here, going through this medium and starting to bend down? Same with this here. We'll do this. There we go. And this. Now, one of the interesting things here is light bending down due to this, we would say, is looming, because it's the angle or viewing plane of the observer, which is here. And the vector created from the intersection would put this object up here in this viewer's vision. Now, this object now being here in this viewer's vision means that this is loomed up. Now, the other thing that we can get here is kind of a non-uniform. It's not a uniform gradient. We can have different densities here.
Yes.
But let's just we'll use that for this example in a second. But what we've got here is we'll say that it becomes a little bit more dense, a little bit quicker. Now that's still within this first form of refraction, which is the vertical, and we'll call this one the order. Now what happens here is we can now have compression, which means this going through here goes through fine and maintains its size. This going through here goes through fine and maintains its size. But this one, because of the non-uniform graduation, compresses slightly so that this is, let's say, 0.8 the actual height. So this all comes under vertical perturbation of the light. So now let's have a look at order. Now the order is interesting, because what the order can do is it can change the apparent object in a very easy to determine way. So we have the same gradient here, except now we'll have a band that's quite dense there before getting a little bit less dense and then a lot more dense. But the brilliant thing here is this little segment. This little segment here stands out from the density of the rest of the air column because its density, instead of going like this, as we would expect, as in this is, well, what it does is around here, it goes like that. That's all that needs to happen. And this area here, which is this band of air, is going to cause something very interesting. It's going to change the order of things. Now, when the light comes in for this, it will bend down. And the light coming in for this, it will bend a little bit less, and then the light coming in for this is going to do something a little bit funky, because we have to break it down. This section here now, because it's denser, bends more. Now, the interesting thing here is this is going to change the order, because the light leaving this blue in this direction is going to bend down and apparently fill in almost what we would have expected before. So this is still here, except the light, a certain angle of light coming from this blue object hit this band and started going downwards a lot more than the rest of it. But an interesting thing happens there is we can also get inversion. So it's this little bit here that's the important bit. So now we've got this section. Let's put blue on. Blue. So now we've got this section, which is showing the blue. But now we've got a little bit of a gap. And then we've got this section that's also showing the blue. Now, this is because we've got duplication, as in it's changed the actual uniform order of the light coming in, and it's duplicated it. Now, at the moment, it's not inversed it. So this would just be a mirage effect, a superior mirage. So what we're seeing is a duplication of what's there. Now, this could also be the sky behind as well. So if you think in between these two blue objects, light could have actually come from the top of these objects.
I say, isn't that an inferior mirage? But I get confused with. I get confused. I thought the inferior mirage was when the reflected bit was underneath.
Yeah, just a mirage. Sorry, yes, you're right.
Yeah,
I've done this in the wrong thing. So yeah,
let's just call them mirages, because and worry about inferior and superior later.
But you can also get an inverse of this segment as well, which means we have the it does actually, I hate to say it, but it looks like a mirrored water layer. No, I can't do it. Mirrored water layer. No, can't do it.
No, yeah, don't worry. Let's not do the voices.
Yeah, so there's only two forms to this. We've got vertical, and we've got something that changes the order or duplicates. Now, everything in vertical gets classified as looming, sinking, or magnitudes of them. So you've got raising and stooping, but they're just looming or sinking. They're just different. They're just different magnitudes. And here we have mirage effects.
Yeah, and you can add the two, and you can add both of those together.
Oh yeah. You can have compound results of these. But the point about all of this is the light is bending, and what people don't get is, in order to present the world as flat, you only have to bend the light 1 degree over 69 miles. And that's it. That's 1 degree over 69 miles. That's not actually a monumental ask for the atmosphere, to be honest.
Not when you're working at wavelengths of 500 nanometers, 600 nanometers.
So this is the way that I was going to. Well, these aren't the
given the right conditions, you get essentially vertical columns of denser and less dense air that move in the same direction as the prevailing wind. And they are what give you those really, really funky horizontal movements.
Sorry, Dean, I had to put bodies on the heads. They looked bare.
Well done. Nice, weren't it? That's got you. Right.
You bugger.
I'll try and put it back. There we go. There we go. So the the other thing that's interesting is this viewing plane here. This is another thing that I realize that flat earthers don't get. They don't get that standard atmospheric refraction causes things to move upwards. They absolutely don't get that. I am 100% convinced that they don't. They think it makes things go down, or worse, the light not get to you. What they don't realize is this light beam, which set off on its path to the observer, might actually be bent down and never get to you. Yes.
Yeah.
But 1 trillion light beams left this in every single direction.
Damn direction.
Which means the one here that was firing up did actually get to you like so. Now, the important thing is this viewing plane here has this angle, which if we extend it upwards means that I'm seeing this green here.
Up there. Yeah.
And light left this everywhere. And I heard this on Ranties, actually, and that Paige saying, oh, you just changed the light. Now the light's going upwards. Yes, Paige, because if it wasn't, you'd be able to go upwards here and look down at this invisible object if it didn't. The object would be invisible if it didn't. Paige is such a brilliant example of a flat earther. I love it. Love it.
Yeah, the problem is that it's the reason we see it as being higher is because our brains accept that light travels in straight flipping lines.
Unless we're fish, and then that'd be awesome. Or those fish that shoot.
Yeah,
beams.
yeah. That's my biggest problem is I have studied mirage effects quite closely for.
I was having fun then.
40 years.
You're drawing more. No, I better take it off. I don't know what else you're going to be drawing onto your stick figures, and I'm not having it, Terry. I'm just not having it. This isn't.
Yeah.
The other point to make here is that all of this can be modelled using standard physics of refraction. There's nothing new required. There's no ether band required, no magic or anything like that required. It can all be modelled using pretty basic physics, and the results of that modelling give exactly what we actually see in real life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because like I say, I've been studying mirage effects for 40 years. Quite closely because it's a really important part of my sport, and I always forget about the vertical stuff because mostly I'm unless that breeze is blowing pretty much straight at me or straight away from me, I don't need to worry so much about vertical movement because as you say that vertical bit actually stays reasonably constant, especially if there's a decent breeze blowing, because it doesn't care. The bit I worry about is the stuff that's going sideways with the wind, with the breeze, where you have the different density columns caused by differential heating.
Heating. A lot of people say heating, causes it, but heating. The reason why we get refraction bands very low down is because let's say we've got a warm ocean or a warm ground and a cool breeze. But that refraction, and this is what I don't get about flat earthers, that refraction, the heat, or the difference in density caused by the heat is a lot less than caused by the magnitude of gravity. But it can have an effect, and we see mirage effects when that heat or the differential doesn't necessarily do inversions, but does create a non-exponent, not a nice curve. It has little dimple in it because of that heat differential.
Then what happens is it tends to form columns that are roughly circular. So when you look through them, it is actually really like looking through a lens, and they're moving with the breeze. And it has the nasty habit of actually moving the image downwind. So, the image you're looking at disappears, buggers off downwind. which is not good when you're trying to work out how strong the wind is. Although it is actually a really good way of working out how strong the wind is, because you can, if you can put a fixed reticle in the spotting scope, you can literally see how far the object you're observing has moved.
The last thing I've got to say on this, though, which still baffles me, is when flat earthers think this refraction effects are something new, like the gentleman just said. It's not as if every single lens, every single optic correction in glasses, it's not as if we know anything about it, really, is it? It's so ridiculous to me.
Refraction is one of those things that's been understood for quite some time now.
Just a bit. In fact, when the first kind of, I wonder when the first kind of optic corrections mainstream. It must be like early 1800s or late 1700s for spectacles and things. And
oh no, spectacles were around far earlier than that.
Oh, were they?
They weren't.
I've never looked into it.
They weren't particularly common, but I'm sure I've seen spectacles from the 16th century at least.
Oh wow!
On programs like Antiques Roadshow.
I'm gonna have a look now, because that's just. So flat earthers want us to go back to before then, anyway, whenever that was, which is a bit weird. But anyway, do you think? Oh my God! The first eyeglasses were made in northern Italy, most likely in Pisa, about 1290.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. 1290.
Because you have to remember
that's pretty amazing, given that the telescope was only invented about 400 years later.
Yeah. Well, the really funny thing is, camera obscura with a simple, with a convex lens, with a simple convex lens, were becoming common in Europe by the 15th century. And in the 15th century in Europe, they had camera obscura that were big enough to hold 200 or 300 people at a time.
Mm.
But the principle of the camera obscura seems to have been known as far back as 30,000 years ago in the Paleolithic era.
I'm really shocked. I wouldn't have. I thought flat earthers wanted us to go back a couple of 100 years, but no, they want us to go back nearly 1,000.
Yeah, well, that's where my ancient technologies is going with all that, to try to find little tie-ins that go back, 1,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah, but apparently some of the cave painting in some of the caves in where there's very early paleo, 30,000-year-old cave paintings. Some of the way the figures are drawn, people are now saying that they got the technique from the fact that when you make if you make a shelter with skins and what have you, if there's often there can be a little small gap in it, and that can be used to create a camera obscura, and you will get the inverted mirrored image on the wall on the shelter wall opposite. And that apparently seems to have influenced Paleolithic art 30,000 years ago. According to some published research that I've seen.
I'm just still in shock about
The eyeglasses.
Yeah, the dates.
Yeah. You know, it's because I think partly it's because you can do this by just using a small aperture, can't you? Yeah, just by using a small pinhole, you can focus light. And if you take your small pinhole and put a drop of water in it, it makes it even more effective. So you make a pinhole, and then you get a drop of water form. You know, you get a bead of water form over the hole, and you suddenly realise that it makes it much more effective. If you're somewhere where they're developing glasswork, Northern Italy, for example, you might go to your glass blower. You might go to your glass making friend and say, "Look, can you make me a piece of glass that looks like that's a sphere? And you put that in your hole in the camera obscura instead of just using your pinhole, and it's far more efficient." And I'm pretty sure that's how they did it. That's how it was developed.
I can't believe this. So, in Ptolemy's writings, he described the optics and characteristics of a convex lens.
I'm not surprised.
So even this dude, in that time, even this dude, like nearly 2,000 years ago, knows more. Well, actually, yeah, no, 2,000 years ago, knows more than flat earthers.
Flat Earth. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's funny because we knew about lenses way before we did anything really, really useful with them, like turning them into telescopes. Seems like nobody bothered to put multiple lenses together. I mean, you'd think with a simple Galilean telescope, you'd think somebody would have accidentally ended up with getting two lenses lined up and looking through them and seeing the super magnification of stuff far away, wouldn't you?
Wow. I started. So it was on the 23rd of. So the first eyeglasses were made in Pisa around 1290. In a sermon delivered on the 23rd of February 1306, that was kind of the first sale or commercialization of making glasses is 1306, and then from 1313 they started becoming very popular in Italy.
Yeah, well, going from not being able to see very well to being able to see quite a bit better is quite a popular thing, isn't it?
Mm.
Yes.
I just wish I could go to the opticians and get my eyes tested at the minute, though.
Yeah, I'm just still in shock. I actually thought, flat earthers want us to go back to pre-industrial times, possibly a little bit further, but no, they want us to go back like 2 centuries. It's like, what the hell?
You mean 2 millennia?
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, you should definitely do one of those ancient technology things on optics.
Yeah, well, I haven't picked Wednesday. I did have an idea for Wednesdays, but I think I think we might do that one actually, because if we don't do that one, we'll skip too far forward and we'll miss the time zone period for when that came about. Yeah, that might be an idea actually. Yeah, we'll do that. Executive decision. Surely there's somebody around that might know a little bit about optics and lenses. We'll just have to hope somebody might be around at the time that can help out.
Yes. What you mean? So I come in here and talk about optics instead of sitting in front of a camera recording my talk about optics. Sorry, I only really had all those facts about camera obscura to hand because I've been reading the same script over and over and over again to the bloody camera, detailing it all.
Well,
the last couple of days.
Well, you can bring it all out in fruition tomorrow night. Then we'll make we'll get a bit of a timeline for it.
Yeah.
Dave wanted to know, did you see the video I posted in Discord homework? I'll have a look, Dave. Homework, you say? Homework. Where? How far back did you post it, Dave? Oh, Anzac trim for the horse. Oh, for the horseshoe thing. The horseshoe. Well, I'll leave that. I'll leave the horseshoe. Did we? Was the horseshoe one on the ancient technologies episodes?
Yes.
Yeah, you did that. You did that on Saturday, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, Dave said he dropped a video in there for that. That was yesterday. Oh dear.
Bit behind. I mean, I've heard of time lag, but bloody hell.
The one you asked me to do. Okay, Dave. I'll bring that up. I'll bring that up first, and then we'll get on with the topic after that. Then, just to tie up loose ends for you. Okay. I've got another. I don't know how many more I've got here, just for the sake of dirt. Who's this bloke? Tressie Tresma.
That's for the sake of dirt.
Simple experiment to prove the Earth is not a ball.
Oh, yeah.
What, another one?
Well, they all are. All these ones I've got here, they're actual experiment stuff, not just them with a narrative. So we can see how silly they are with what they think they can do as the experiments goes, that's for sure.
I am a Norwegian and I am a Christian, and I'm also now coming out officially as a flat earther, biblical flat earther.
No, they're even worse.
I just wanted to show you something. Everybody has probably seen the marbles when it took the spirit level on a plane. Well, I wanted to show you a way you can do the same experience without the spirit level, because if you have flown anywhere at all, you all know that you can order a cup of coffee, right? Or you can, if you buy a bottle of something, it doesn't really matter what it is, water or soda, you can take it on the plane if you buy it after you are inside. You know what I mean?
No, we don't know what you mean.
To show that the Earth is not a ball when you fly long distances. All you need is a bottle of water, and you don't really need a pen, but if you really want to film it and stuff, you can put a mark here where the water is. You hold it straight. You can put a mark here like that.
When you do it when it was sitting on a table or something.
Well, yeah.
It doesn't really have to be accurate, because if you fly long distances, you just think about it, how much it goes around like this. If you ever have a coffee with you when you drive a car and you go down a slope, you will see the coffee almost going like this in the cup. And if you start in like New York and fly over the Atlantic,
so driving in a car up and down hill
like this
is the same as flying over the earth. Okay.
So imagine you start here in New York and you go to England.
Oh God, it's like that idiot with the model plane.
Fly even further.
Because down is not in that direction, you numbskull.
Go on.
What were we there? At what point?
Don't be that stupid,
level
sure.
out and
I think I'd better take my glasses off. I'm about to smash my face into my desk. It's got past face palming.
It's really silly if you think about it. How can you have a coffee?
Good. A hoodie. I can fold that up and put it on my desk.
Around the ball. You couldn't have had a coffee in your plane if you're flying around the ball.
What an idiot.
Yeah. But he's relating this to driving a car up and down a hill on your coffee.
Come up with some
okay.
equation and math to explain how this works with volume, pressure, and stuff. You can't explain.
Nothing to do with volume and pressure.
Because if this happens when you're driving down a slope in your car, the surface of the water always stays level
better.
with.
That's so much better.
Then.
I missed that bit. What did he say? The water.
The surface of the water always stays level with the sea.
There you go.
Then
the water level always stays level with the sea.
If it happens in a car, it should happen in a plane when you drive around the globe, and it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
That's just something I wanted to share. I hope you liked it. If you like it, I try to come up with more things.
More things? Oh no.
That's it for now. Bye bye.
You'll have to excuse that man. He's a fuckhead.
Yeah.
Why when he was drawing that line and he said it doesn't have to be accurate, I instantly thought of Sleeping Warrior saying these numbers don't mean anything.
Yeah. Oh, bugger. No, my glasses. I took my glasses off before I smashed my face onto my desk. Admittedly, I did use padding. But now my glasses aren't fitting as well as they were. Oh dear.
You've probably broken your nose, Alan.
It's more my forehead I was smashing because it was just like, please stop the pain.
So he was basically mirroring D. Marble's spirit level on the plane analogy thing, because that's what he did. He did.
To this day, Travis still thinks that north flowing rivers are going uphill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God almighty.
Yeah, that one was too easy, that one. I've only just picked these at random, so I've got I didn't do any research at all about them.
Yeah.
Is that a new video, Terry, or is that
No, I'm going back over a period of time, because all I did was Google. Oh shit! What did we Google, Peter? Flat Earth experiments or something?
Yeah, something like that.
You can limit it though to a time period, as in the last month, if you want.
Yeah,
we can do it with it, does it?
Yeah, we could.
The only problem when you do that, though, Stingray, is the only experiments that have been done that the word experiment has been written in will come up, which means you're instantly limited, because people like Tony don't actually put the word experiment in there and or flat earth in the same sentence. They go out of their way not to combine the two.
I could do a search for flat Earth proof. In the
Or
last,
you'll get my video, Dean.
I will not. I'm
Actually,
going
I
to search
think
it now.
the first thing that comes up, I believe, might be a Mark Sargent video.
And I know mine's down the list somewhere there.
Yeah, I think yours is about 5th or 6th last time I checked, Terry.
Which hasn't been debunked yet, Stingray.
Oh, I remember that. I think is it just like a blank screen or something?
Yeah, it's
what?
It's
what? I've only seen it once.
It's all the flat Earth proof, all in one video.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a Glober to come along and debunk it.
Yeah, completely undeniable.
Yeah, and I'd even done a version 2, sort of unedited and maybe changed a little bit.
That's right. Terry got copyright struck on some of it, so he had to remove like 20 seconds or something out of it, didn't he?
Yeah, I had to cut a bit out. Yeah.
Who's Multi Tom Tom?
Oh shit!
Why do I know that?
Yeah, we know that. We know who he is.
Utter numbnuts.
He used to come in my peanut gallery a long time ago, and for some reason he got timed out and got scared.
Let's just say that he's on Sean
He's on
G.
my radar.
He's on Sean G's, and he hasn't got a spanner.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why he doesn't have a spanner.
Homophobic, transphobic git. Is what
Oh, is that?
Yeah, it's so that absolutely everyone can remove any message that he makes.
Yeah.
Because you can almost guarantee every second one's going to be anti-Semitic or trans.
Okay, I will not suggest his video of Angles to Polaris published 6 days ago. Then let's not give him the.
Oh, yeah, I tell you what, Dean. About 18 months ago, I actually got invited onto a GeoStreamer stream specifically to talk to him about radio navigation systems. And guess what? He wouldn't come on. And I've been trying to get him to come and debate me, or come and talk to me about radio navigation aids and radar systems and sat-nav, the whole gamut. And he just keeps making excuses all of the time.
Alan, really quickly, and I'm sorry, Terry, it's just something that I really wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
Alan, right. a radar mounted on a ship-based radar.
Yes.
Seeking another target. Obviously, the radar beam is going to be susceptible to refraction, but it's also going to be susceptible to the waveform propagation thing that will make it bend round the Earth. But how much so? So if I've got a radar dish pointed up at, let's say, 100 foot, and I can see 20 miles to the horizon, how much further percentage-wise can I actually see because of A, refraction, and B, the propagation?
Depends on the wavelength of the radar.
If it's come on, farmers.
I'm sorry, Dean, but I had to say that it really.
That's fine. That's fine. But I just forgot what. I don't know what the targeting radar frequency is.
Whatever the targeting radar is they use for the Sea Sparrow missile system.
I'm going to assume it's going to be 3 to 5 gigahertz.
It's S-band.
S-band. That's it. S-band's easy. S-band's 3 gigahertz. S-band is actually centered on 3 gig. Okay. The radar system I worked on ran at 3 gigahertz with a 500 megahertz bandwidth. That was definitely S-band. There isn't very much. It doesn't really ground wave.
Right.
There isn't a lot of ground wave, and you're going to get a little bit of refraction at the because of the because you're that near the surface. But again, remember, we're not talking 500 nanometers wavelengths, are we, for the radar? We're talking 1/10 of a meter. So the refraction is hugely less.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Because remember, the refraction is a function. One of the functions of refraction is wavelength, and it's always ignored. All the flat earthers, everybody ignores the wavelength bit, because remember that the standard refraction will cause lateral chromatic aberrations. In other words, it will move the
Red, green, and blue at different
it will
magnitudes.
move the red less than it'll move the blue, and obviously the green will be in the middle. Because cameras suffer this problem as well, in that not only do you get lateral chromatic aberration where the light gets spread out sideways, but you also get longitudinal. So it spreads the light out so that the red light can end up being focused in front of the sensor, and the blue light is focused behind the sensor if you've got a crappy enough lens.
Al, just one last question on the radar thing. Why wouldn't you use a targeting radar system with a frequency that is very susceptible to ground effect, so that you can see round bends, so to speak?
You mean like the woodpecker?
I don't know what that means.
It's the big Russian. It's the big Russian aerial. It's the big Russian system out there.
All right. To me, that's an annoying bird that drills holes in wood. But yes. Okay.
Right out near. Sorry, I say Russian. I should have said Soviet. Okay. It was a Soviet installation out near the place that got wasted by the power station.
Chernobyl.
That's it. It's out near Chernobyl. Okay, it's called the woodpecker because it sounds like a woodpecker when you're listening in on various HF bands.
And is that trying to do that then?
Yes, it's what they call an over the horizon radar.
So why don't ships have something like that mounted on it to extend target visibility?
Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to Google the woodpecker and show you a photograph of it so that you can see why it's a problem.
Is it just incredibly inaccurate in its returns and things because of how susceptible it is to that?
There we go. Get the Russian
I'm
woodpecker.
definitely going to have to go and either grab me dinner or something while you're doing this to find time for a minute till I get back to the videos. Because John just posted one that he did before. I think you posted it before, John, but it's a flat Earth type experiment video. So
there you go. There's part of the woodpecker array.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, Chernobyl. You're going to have a bit of a job mounting that on a boat.
Yeah, I kind of see that.
Because you have to remember that that's why you remember the British chain home radar system from World War II?
I do not. I am not up on this, Al, which is exactly why I asked the question.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Again, they had aerials quite similar to this, didn't they?
Yes, bloody great.
Because one of the reasons the Germans didn't think we had an effective radar system was because they thought it was a navigation aid because it was at the wrong frequency for effective modern radar systems like what the Germans had.
But it was just lower frequency to see further.
It was just that we were, Watson Watt decided to go with a much lower frequency than the Germans had gone with, because remember, getting higher power out of electronics at the time in the 30s was really hard work because they hadn't invented the Klystron at that point. They hadn't invented the magnetron at that point. And for shipborne radars and airborne radars, it was the invention of the cavity magnetron that really made them useful, because you could get high enough power out. You could get peak powers in the megawatts out of them, while still being able to make it small enough to go in an aeroplane and at a high enough frequency that you could put the aerial array on an aeroplane.
Is there a chart? Is there a chart, Al, where I can see the wavelengths versus the ground effect and how much it affects based on wavelength?
Yeah, it's the longer the wavelength, the more ground effect, the more ground wave propagation you're going to get. And also, of course, the type of propagation you get depends upon the type of antenna you're using.
Why does if it's just about wavelength, why does the antenna?
It's not. Yeah, but it's not. It's polarization also helps.
Right.
Okay, so which way the E and the M wave are pointing helps. You get ground wave best off of an omnidirectional dipole antenna.
Right.
But omnidirectional dipole antennas are not necessarily the most efficient way of making a radar work. Makes your receiver stuff much harder to do.
We'd have to have separate receivers, wouldn't you, to actually get any kind of information from.
Basically, you'd have to have two separated receivers so that you can you can do angle calculations off. I mean, it's doable. It's more doable now than it was in the past, because obviously we have these things that can do the mathematics, the calculations for us much more quickly.
If you really want to have a look at all that type of stuff, Stingray, have a look at the over-the-horizon radar systems that Russia was using.
Yeah, Peter, that's the picture I've got. That's what's on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, I know that, Alan.
Okay.
But a lot of that, they were using one station to put out the signal, and multiple different stations to receive it, because of, like Alan said, the complexity of the signal that was bounced back. They had huge antenna arrays to receive the signal coming back. It just got very complicated to get a signal.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, if you're a ship at sea, what would be really good is if you could find somewhere that find some transmitter that was transmitting EM pulses, or find a couple of different transmitters that are transmitting EM pulses that are in slightly different places, and then look for the reflections from those transmitters. And as long as there's an easy way of working out the timing relationships, and especially if you're using a directional aerial to pick up the reflections, it becomes, because we have quite good methods of doing maths really quickly now, it becomes possible to locate targets based off of those reflections, especially airborne targets. And of course, you know what I'm thinking of using as the transmitters, don't you?
No. What?
Satellite TV transmitters.
Yeah.
Or any transmitter that's basically in geostationary orbit.
I was just saying, I was just trying to think. Could you create a kind of mesh radio array on multiple vessels to be able to do something like this across huge surfaces of ocean and stuff? But in this day and age, all you do is task like an AWAC to fly over and get complete visibility. It's like, there's no point for this anymore, is there?
Yeah, or as I said, put your radio transmitters in geostationary orbit.
Yeah.
Alan, could you do me a favour, please?
Yes.
Could you stop sharing?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, that's better.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forget. If I share, it buggers your computer up, doesn't it?
I still can't figure out why it does that. When Terry streams something, it's absolutely fine. But when anybody else shares anything, my computer just goes, handbrake on.
What?
Even just a still image like that
Even just a still image, it was like wading through treacle.
Oh, of course, because it's still coming to you as a video stream, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, but
and I haven't the faintest idea why it does that.
But but as an MPEG video stream, you should be getting a keyframe about every couple of. Well, how often is it going to send a keyframe when it's a stationary image?
I don't know.
Yeah, an MJPEG wouldn't require keyframes.
And it only happens in Zoom when anybody other than the original host streams.
Why don't wait a minute, farmers? Why don't you get? Oh, you're on crappy Windows, aren't you? What's it called? Why don't you just right click on the task, the start bar thing, and go task manager, and then order things by CPU usage, and then let Alan share an image again? And is it Zoom that's actually taking it up? And I think if you, I don't know whether you can, but can you inspect a process to see which sub-process or thread is actually responsible for blocking it in Windows?
You probably could, yeah. Windows. I'm sure Task Manager will do that.
If you ever wanted to find out, farmers.
Well, I'm just looking in the Task Manager now, and
is it even when anybody shares anything? That's a bit
yes,
bad.
Yes.
Except Terry.
Except Terry.
That's really odd.
It is very odd, but I'm looking at if I look at power usage, it's very low for everything except this Zoom window. Bing, moderate, low, moderate, low. And I suspect if somebody, tell you what, Alan, stick that picture back up and let's see what happens.
Okay, hang on.
Moderate. High. There you go. Bing, high. And it's now using very high CPU usage, just shot up to 15%. That's dropped back down again. There you go. How bizarre is that? But if Terry was to do that, it'd be absolutely fine. Weird. Oh yes, I can see a spike in the CPU utilization. That's when you put the picture back up. I don't know. Hey ho, and the silly thing about that whole argument that's been going on with Montreal and the Sea Sparrow is I think he realised that he was parroting QE's argument, and that had been shot down somewhat. So I think he just tried to redevelop his argument so he could keep banging on about it. Arguing with somebody who actually seen them in use, served on board vessels with them, and touched them.
Alan, I'll ask you one more question, but this is unrelated to radars and stuff. Because you've got a Photoshop subscription, haven't you?
Yeah.
You do know that in Photoshop, Photoshop is an incredibly powerful,
Yeah,
video
I
editing
use
compositor.
I use about probably less than 10% of the total power of Photoshop.
Yeah. I'm saying if
I do realise that.
yeah, people should use it for video stuff though, because it's to have that degree of filters and keyframing ability in video that is provided by Photoshop is astronomical.
I've never looked into putting video into Photoshop. I've never even. It's never really been so. I go to Photoshop to create all my titles and stuff, rather than using the inbuilt titler, because that seems to be quite tricky to figure out in what I'm now using for video editing. Because I can't afford to keep up the Premiere subscription.
Yeah, Blackmagic Design, DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm also getting a little annoyed that half the filters I want to use. Oh, you can only have this one if you pay for it.
What, in DaVinci Resolve?
Yes.
Which filter?
Oh, I don't know. How about the anti-flicker filter?
Oh shit! I did not know that.
Yeah, there's an awful. It's great if you just want to hoik a few clips together. It's if you want to start doing anything. So because I did try doing an HDR sunrise, but unfortunately, I wanted to create the HDR images in Lightroom, and then I found out you have to do it bloody manually one at a time, or 1,000 of them.
Yeah, I guess I bought 2 copies, one for me, one for my video guy. So I haven't seen. I thought the free version. I thought it was just like 3D tracking and something else that were missing. I didn't know there was like.
Oh yeah, you
fundamental filters missing from the free version as well.
Yeah. A lot of the filters are like. I mean, even to the point where. You know the intro I've made myself with the film effect on it, with the so that it. I mean, the countdown already had film, the jitter and everything on it, but I've put the film damage filter on, which is fine, but there's one next to it that I was going to put on there. And you can drag it in. It goes. No, you got to pay for it if you want to use this one. And it's happened to me 3 or 4 times with basic filters. No, you can't have this one. And some of them, like you say, are stuff that you would think is fundamental. At least it does still allow you to add LUTs to it.
Very easily. Yeah.
Which is I decided I was going to use a LUT and then suddenly thought actually I hope it will, because just before I installed it I did something, thought I wonder if they put the add LUT thing into the only can do it if you've paid for it option, but they hadn't, because I got the Technicolor Cine style for the Canon DSLR I'm using for recording myself, because it shoots in linear, because it records in, although it's still recording MPEG, MOV format it records in. It's still at least it allows it to record in log space, or linear space rather. So, but I wanted to put the cine style LUT in there because you don't really want to look at that video without putting it through the LUT to put a decent curve on it to get the contrast and stuff back. I'm just wondering, is Terry back yet? Because I'm sure we're going to be boring the peanuts. And everybody else.
It doesn't look like it, not yet. I
don't think he's back yet, Alan.
They all went to Discord to hear me singing.
I know, I miss you singing.
It's them taking the piss. It's crap. It's very hard to record with the volume coming out the telly and me singing at the iPad. It doesn't really work.
Back in a sec.
Okay.
Apparently, you could do readings of novels on your channel now, too. Oh, God, no, how boring would that be?
So if I share something, farmers, your screen just dies. And this is only Zoom.
Yes, only Zoom.
I'm going to share this because I'm going to ask you, what do we think this radar dish is here? Can you see the little radar dish spinning?
Yeah. You'll not see it, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, you see
it? Does it actually play at okay speed, farmers?
How fast is that dish spinning to you?
I'm playing it now, and it's doing probably one revolution every 15 seconds.
Oh, that's all right. That's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
Yeah, we bit choppy, but
4 RPM.
Let me open up my task manager again. Let's have a look. Oh, Zoom meetings very high. I'm getting 8, 9, 10% CPU usage.
That's all right though. 8, 9, 10%. Your machine shouldn't crawl because of 8, 9, 10% CPU usage.
Well, it does.
It's a bit.
Yeah. I don't. What is that satellite dish? What do you reckon?
That probably is a radar for. I'm assuming this is the ISS.
Oh, it's the ISS, definitely.
Yeah. So it'll be the radar they use for docking.
Scatterometer.
Yeah, for docking for the
probably
for the.
No, it's a scatterometer for weather. It bounces microwaves off the ocean's surface
to
measure wind speed.
Oh wow, okay. Because it is going at quite a rate of knots.
So it's a Doppler.
It's a 30-inch rotating radar dish. Operates at 13.4 gigahertz K-band.
Okay.
Wow. I still don't get how, as a flat earther, you can look at this and not realize that you can do lens correction in Photoshop and then still see the curve and think that the world is flat. That's just terrible.
There are many photos and many hours of footage that don't have distortion like this, where you can see that the solar arrays are straight and everything else that should be straight is straight, and there's still a dirty, great big ball in the background. And they're in space orbiting it every 90 minutes. I mean, how many more bloody clues do you want? And we've had images like this since 1960, Christ knows what. I've got thousands of them on my hard drive that I pinched off that I took from the NASA websites and such like, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, everything else.
Yeah, it's just a shame that people are still like that in this day and age.
It amazes me that they just want to deny and ignore some of mankind's greatest achievements.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I've just changed the icon. S-band antenna turned at 4 RPM. It's 20 feet high and 60 feet across. But then it's got a lot of power. It could handle a lot of power and probably a lot more range possible out of it than a marine radar needs. Mostly. Because obviously with radar, you need a big aerial for the receiver.
Yeah.
And you have to remember that your whole system is dealing with huge differences in power levels. Because, I mean, in our case, we were pushing 60 megawatts into that dish. And
can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one you're talking about, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing called Rapid Scat, ISS Rapid Scat.
Mm. How accurate is that though on the data that it's getting for wind speed?
well, given that
because it's moving at quite a rate of knots, that thing, isn't it? And it's quite a distance. And
the distance doesn't matter. It's only 200, and anyway, it's only 250 miles, isn't it? To the surface. Upper atmosphere. If it's looking at upper atmosphere winds, it's even less distance. What matters is the radial velocity of what it's looking at. And when I say radial velocity, I mean the velocity of the returns in the direction of the radar. So stuff that's coming directly at the antenna. But given you're at 13 gigs, was it?
K-band, yeah.
Yeah, K-band. The Doppler shift is going to be pretty significant. So you're going to have decently big shifts in frequency. For relatively small changes in velocity. But as with all Doppler radar, it only measures the velocity in the radial direction. Still very useful though. But like I say, you have to know your velocity in relation to if you want the velocity of the targets in relation to the ground, you have to know the radar's velocity in relation to the ground. So that you can do all the correct calculations on the return signals. It's stuff we didn't used to do in the past because we didn't have the processing power to do it. We do now. Isn't technology great?
Oh, that's interesting. Apparently, it's not even on the ISS anymore. It says that the Rapid Scat was removed from the Columbus module on the 1st of January 2018 and stowed inside the SpaceX CRS-13 Dragon trunk. And it was and it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and was destroyed as planned.
Oh, so they just burnt it up.
They could have raffled it off and made some money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would have probably cost them. It would have probably cost them actually quite a lot of money to make it come down in one bit.
Not really. Bringing it down wouldn't have been the problem. It would have been making it land where they could salvage it would have been the issue.
Yeah.
Well, the Dragon capsule that it came down on was landed in the Pacific and was recovered, but just not the satellite. I guess it costs money to return things as well as take them up there.
Oh, who would have thunk?
Yeah.
You would have thunk it. Yeah.
They would have thunk it. With their umpteen millions of dollars per day that they just waste on I don't know what, apparently.
Well, we need to talk about something because we can't play videos.
No.
Because someone will get upset.
Oh, no. If you play videos, I'll just pick my book up and start reading that instead.
Wait a minute, Farmers, just 2 seconds. Is Zoom full screen on your computer?
No. No, I always have it as a small window that I overlay the YouTube window with, and then I pop the chat out.
And your computer grinds to a halt because something's using 15% of the CPU.
Well, it's not the only window I've got open, obviously.
Well, no, but I meant, what's your entire processor usage when this crap's happening? It's only 15%, right?
Right. At the moment, CPU is between sort of 11, 12, 13%.
So it goes to something like 30 when someone shares.
Yeah.
Which means you've got a full 70 before any blocking, stuttering should occur.
Well, I know, but
he's got a flat Earth CPU.
Is it your CPU or are you running out of RAM?
I'd be surprised if it's RAM because I've got quite a lot.
Video memory? What resolution monitor are you running?
Yeah, pair of 1080p's.
No, that's not a lot.
No.
So, Dean, be careful about talking about video memory. You know that's a sore subject for you at the minute.
I mean, this was when it was built. I think a fairly decent spec. Hang on, let's click on this PC. We have 24 gig of RAM, and it's got an NVIDIA thingamajigamy video card in it.
Yeah, the Model T was a groundbreaking piece of technology when it was built as well, but by today's standards, probably not that great.
Well, yes, but when I bought this, it was all I could fucking afford,
Yeah.
Wait a minute, swear jar. There's me not having sworn once.
Who swore?
Oh, yeah. Of course, that would wake Terry
out.
Yeah, and of course, some of us can't afford to update our computers every bloody week.
No.
Or every time every time they release some sort of new update to it.
Computing hasn't actually advanced that much in terms of CPU brute force in the last 5 years, so it's not. There's something wrong with Windows, I would say.
Look at what a certain company was selling as a top of the range computer, spec wise, for over 5 years, and as a system that cost in the tens of thousands of dollars, and it was never upgraded. And they never upped the spec at all in that entire time.
Can I just catch up? Are we talking about how crappy Apple computers are or something?
No.
That's
we are,
right, Terry.
Terry, yes.
Yes, Terry, we are.
Or how crappy Apple can be as a company.
Yeah, unfortunately, Apple probably make the best computers in a general sense.
Yeah. Stingray, go and upgrade your RAM. Oh, no, that's right. You can't because it's soldered in.
No, you're right.
Upgrade your hard
wait a minute. Yeah, you're right.
You can't. It's soldered in.
Wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. I can't. It's maxed out. Yeah, you're right. I can't. It's maxed out.
Yeah.
It's got the highest addressable memory capable for the CPU. Sorry, don't need to upgrade it.
Well, that's only because you bought the higher spec. What happens if you had bought one level lower?
Oh, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, you still would have had to go and buy the next motherboard with the memory soldered in.
Let's take the new Mac Pro. Yes, I can go out, I can get the base model, I can upgrade the CPU, use my own graphics cards, and put all the memory in it that I want, even crappy cheap memory. What's your point?
Oh, nothing except for Linus built a bog stock standard computer, put the same program or the same operating systems that Apple uses on it, and it worked twice as fast. But
the same operating systems.
Yeah,
you built a Hackintosh.
Yes.
Yes. Now the issue with that is, have I built a Hackintosh that is faster than an equivalent Mac for the same price? Absolutely, I have. Is it worth it to me if I'm using both the software and hardware in a professional sense to not A, have the support, and B, have the confidence that when an update comes out, I'm not going to break a kernel extension? No, I'd rather pay double for that privilege. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, not all of us are in a position where other people are buying our toys for us.
I've bought until this year, I've bought every single piece of hardware that I've ever owned. It's only recently that people have bought me loads of stuff. I bought my old Mac Pro. I upgraded it. Yeah, so here you go. Yeah. So ages ago, I bought a Mac Pro, the trash can, the previous generation.
Yeah, the trash
can, yeah. And so here you go. It's a Xeon workstation on the 523 chip or whatever.
Yeah, the old chip.
So I bought a quad core. Oh no, I bought a 6-core with the lowest RAM that I could find. And then but with the best condition outer case that I could find, no scratches, no nothing. And then I took it apart, I upgraded the CPU to the maximum 12 core that it could be, and maxed it out with my own RAM, while also upgrading the SSD. So it became the more powerful than the most powerful Mac that you could buy at the time. And I spent, I don't know, probably about £3,000 on it. Now to get the same spec equivalent in a HP Z workstation would have cost me $3,500. So, and I needed the compile power. So
yeah, I think we better stop talking about computers because the peanut gallery are getting pissed at us.
But not the only ones.
Yeah.
Got another video, Terry?
Did you get that?
Well, it sounded like you had a mouthful of something. Could have been food.
I got another. Okay, here we go. I'll put the one up. Well, I know this is a bit newer.
Well, it may have been coffee.
Yeah, it could have been coffee. No, it wasn't coffee, actually. Or didn't I bring me coffee?
What are you talking?
What?
What are you talking about, farmers?
Well, I'm just going to the same level that we always descend to without fail every day.
I use innuendos. I never actually say it.
I know this might be
never actually
jumping.
said it.
This might be jumping forward a bit in our timeline of what we were showing for the dirt, but somebody in the Peanuts brought this to our attention. Flat Earther doesn't understand water, so I don't. It wasn't really in my format of what I'm doing, but I'll play it for now. I'm just playing actually Flat Earth videos that would show them that how they don't understand how to do an experiment. So, but I'll show it for now, since I can't argue at the moment while I'm eating my dinner.
Fair enough.
It's 13 minutes, so I don't know if that's all. The whole thing's 13 minutes, or I don't know.
Are sticking to it while the ball is spinning. Now, this is not how our oceans work. They are held in place by gravity, same as you and I. But there is a reason that I bring up cohesion and adhesion. You see, John, the reason that I bring these up is to demonstrate that water, along with other liquids, are not out to seek level. Instead, they find equilibrium with the forces acting on it. With the coin example, the forces of cohesion, adhesion, and gravity are all equal, so it stays still. But if you add more water, then the force of gravity will become larger than the cohesion, and it causes the water to spill over the coin until the surface tension and adhesion stops the water from continuing until it is a single atom thin. The oceans are the same way, but on a more complex scale with more forces acting on it. These forces include the gravity of Earth, gravity of the Moon, surface tension, adhesion, wind, currents, and more. When the surface of the ocean is still, that means all of these forces momentarily amounts to zero, and that portion of water is at equilibrium. And by the way, the oceans are rarely, if ever, at equilibrium. They are always moving, so I don't know why you expect them to be flat.
It is an unproven, unscientific theory with no observable, measurable, or repeatable evidence
that the Earth is flat.
To claim that bodies of water can somehow bend, cling to the exterior of shapes, and show convexity upon their surface.
First off, this is not the claim that we are all making. The oceans are not clinging to the surface of the Earth. Instead, the gravity of the Earth is drawing the water of the ocean in as close as it can get it. So you are either ignorant of your opponent's stance or creating a straw man. Secondly, this straw man is a bad one at that. Water can cling to the outside of a surface, demonstrated by this wet ball, further showing how you are talking out of your ass.
It is a fact, not a theory, that we are able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth were a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, as we're told. For example, it is a fact that in Genoa, Italy, from just above sea level, it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Caprea, and Corsica, 80 to 125 miles away.
Wouldn't it be nice if you would cite sources or show math or do something other than just state things?
It is a necessary theory that the globe Earth must curve 8 inches per mile squared if it really be a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as we're told.
And here we have John Thor again spouting out long debunked claims about things that he has no idea about. You see, 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, not a circle. If you want to calculate the curvature of the Earth, well, that's a circle. A parabola would give you the wrong numbers. So why are you using it?
J-Dreamers, this is not a mirror, it's a glass of water. Why am I showing you a glass of water? Because this is one of the breadcrumbs that proves that the Earth is a plane. You see, if you fill up a glass of water to the top, you can tell it's perfectly flat.
Can you now? I'm sure you have some elegant an exact way to determine that. Please demonstrate.
As a matter of fact, you know it's perfectly flat because of the perfect mirror-like reflection that you get from it.
Wow! What an exact and intelligent way to figure this out. That is such a perfect reflection with no flaws whatsoever. Is it not?
If there's any distortion whatsoever in the reflection, that means that there's a distortion or a curving in the water.
Uh-huh.
But if it's a perfect
The reflection don't look that great to me.
Is perfectly level.
And do you have anything to back this statement up?
Whenever we say water always finds its level, what we mean is it's always flat on the top.
Instance number 17,954 of a flat earther mistaking the word level for meaning flat.
Now, if you can do this test at home, you can pour yourself a nice glass of water and you can see that it flattens out on the top. And then you can take it to another extreme and you can fill your bathtub. And when the bathtub is full, you can see that it finds its level.
I can already tell this is going to be a perfect scientific experiment with no logical flaws and no jumps to conclusions that don't make any sense. I swear this video is going to be the end of me. If someone finds me in my office slumped over with 3 empty bottles of rum in my hands, please just go ahead and delete my browser history because this video is killing all of my brain cells that haven't died yet.
It's flat on top. You can go to a nice, still swimming pool. You can see that the water's flat on top. You can go to your local pond or lake and you can see that, sure enough, that water is flat on the top. Now, some people might be able to look at the glass of water and I might say, hey, is it flat on top? And they'd say, yeah, of course it's flat on top. And I'd say, okay, what about the bathtub? Is it flat on top? And they say, yeah. Well, what about the pond? Or the swimming pool? Or the lake? And they'll go, yeah, it's flat. It's perfectly flat on top. I agree, water finds its level. But then, whenever you ask them, is the ocean flat?
I wish Terry could stop the video for a second.
It's like a wrench is thrown into the system because
you can measure the curve on the surface of a bathtub over a distance of 1 meter, providing you have some machine that works at X-ray in order to measure it, because the curve is around about 72 nanometers.
There you go.
That's the drop. That's the drop from the tangent across 1 meter. 72 nanometers. That's very hard UV. It's about 30 nanometers. It's about 30 nanometers in wavelength from being classed as an X-ray. X-rays start at about 30, 35 nanometers. So it's right up that really, really top end of UV light. And unfortunately, in order to measure something, you have to measure it with something that has a wavelength that is significantly less than the distance you're trying to measure. So yeah, you'd need to measure it using some device using X-rays. Or maybe even electrons, high energy electrons. Just saying, like.
Yeah.
Thanks, Terry.
their subconscious realizes, uh-oh, I've just been caught. Now I have to come to terms with something, because if the oceans are flat, if the oceans and those giant bodies of water follow suit with the smaller versions, that must mean that the oceans are flat. And if the world, as I know it, is mostly covered in ocean, that means that the world, as I know it, at the very least, must be mostly flat. So, what I found is that people start backtracking when you get to the oceans. They go, oh, no, the oceans are definitely curved. They're not flat whatsoever because it's a ball. And then you go, well, what happened to the lakes? Well, yeah, there's probably some curvature to the lakes as well. Well, what about the swimming pool?
Look here, John, this is what's happening. You see, when you go and talk to a regular person, a non-crazy person, they're not thinking of the size and shape of the Earth 24/7 like you are. So when you ask them basic questions like, is this cup flat? Is this bathtub flat? Is that lake flat? They're just going to take a cursory look at it and just say, yeah, sure, it looks flat to me, without really even thinking about it. And then when you quiz them further, they'll probably think something like, well, I guess it is slightly curved, because it is. It is slightly curved with the curvature of the Earth. The problem is that the Earth is so absolutely massive that curvature is basically irrelevant. It is so minuscule that it's undetectable without precision equipment. And when people don't have precision equipment, they're just going to go based off of what they see. So you are leading them into a trap question. So when these people backtrack, as you say, they are correct. That lake is curved. Your bathtub is curved. Your cup of water is curved. All of it curved with the curvature of the Earth. I'm done with this video, guys. I feel tired. I think most of my brain cells are gone. And I need to recover from this massive headache that John Thor has given me. This video is one of those, it's so dumb, you can't really come up with any kind of arguments against it, as it itself is so poorly argued. I did not know where to start, and I think that means this is a good stopping point for this video. Thank you guys for watching. If you guys want some more Blue Earth Thing, hit me up on Twitter or on Instagram, both of them at Blue Earth Thing. There you'll get some more and exclusive content from myself and my team. Thank you guys for watching. Blue Earth Thing out.
Well, you've heard my comments on it.
Yeah.
Don't forget to unmute, Terry.
Why can't I take a drink first?
No.
Wash me dinner down. I need to burp now. I'll mute for that. I think it's going down a different road that flew for. What, the curve, the flat? I don't know, I missed half of that one. The old flat water, level water thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
John said
I don't
he
think
likes
there was
that,
anything there we
that
haven't
bloke.
heard 1,000 times before. Oh, sorry, Terry.
Did I close that? How do you get back the tab that you just had? I closed the tab without...
Right-click the plus and it should offer you reopen closed tab.
Reopen closed tab.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. That. Thank you.
I got it?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I forgot to save the URL. Copy. Because I don't know how long that bloke's been around. I'll post it in any other vids for now. Anyone wants to check his channel out to see what else he's done, because if he's okay to sub to, we might throw him on the
This
list.
Blue Earth Thing, it's very good. Building a wee observatory as well.
Blue Earth Thing. Blue Earth. I'm sure I'm sub to it.
I'm sub to him, I know that.
Oh, okay.
Building an observatory in a shed.
I've never heard of
it. Is building an observatory
in a shed
to look at what?
Well, the stars, I would imagine.
Oh, right now I thought you said he was looking at we.
Casual space heads out in the peanut gallery.
We observatory.
He's building a wee observatory. Back off.
Oh dear.
You're an arsehole.
I know.
He's building a
That's a-
little observatory in a shed.
He's been around since July 2018.
That's a glass house, not an observatory.
No, it's a shed. It's
Did
actually
somebody
a wooden
say
shed.
something
They put the
about
floor in
building a
everything.
wee observatory?
Oh, stop it, Terry.
I needn't know. Usual.
Yeah, Terry, you got to make them all laugh with that sound.
No, I heard somebody
Got my
object.
bladder's too weak.
I don't necessarily advise it. I might retaliate.
Oh, we'll have
the
we'll
worst
have
you can do
we'll have
is
a
go-
soundbite war, will we?
The worst you could do is daytime, nighttime.
I might turn the volume up and give you right control 2.
Yeah, that gets rid of Alan. Right, next.
We're
Blue Earth thing. Happy Deer Observatory. That's right. Alan. Sake.
sorry, but I felt like I was dared to do it.
You're not sorry at all.
I just want to know.
Of course I'm not.
Hey, Peanuts, was the panel behaving themselves while I was out getting dinner?
No.
You're not a peanut. You're on the panel. I'm asking the peanut.
I was busy.
Sam Cam
I
said
made a
no.
song.
See. See, everyone's saying no. They all agree with me.
Carl just upchucked.
I wasn't here. I was busy, so I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. I
I'm not a
remember
type.
this one. With something to do with balloons or something. Where's the rest of the thing for it? Flat Earth approves no curvature at Salton Sea. Leaves scientists baffled.
Doubt it.
How long does this go for? 6 minutes. I'm sure this is a bigger video. This is all I found.
Oh, it's probably a little chunk out of one of the Salton Sea.
I remember that. I remember all that.
That
was back at the time.
Is it the
when
flashing the mirrors, or is it a laser one?
No, I thought I seen balloons. This was back when I first started joining YouTube. Back this far back, I think. Need sound? No, there is sound. I vaguely remember it.
So okay, yeah, okay. So look, there's there's like the two. Okay. Yes. Oh yeah, you could totally see like.
Is that dude seriously holding an iPhone upside down?
Balloons? No. Go left. Keep going left, bro.
Yeah, it is upside down.
Yeah, the home button's at the top. It's like,
wait,
how ridiculous are you?
Yeah, and all the power cords and everything at the top.
Okay, keep panel
Yeah,
He's
it
got
still
it
works
upside
upside
down. Yeah, I just noticed all the power connections and that.
Maybe that's why they're having a problem navigating or giving directions.
He doesn't even know which way his phone goes.
Keep going left.
He's probably the sort that turns the map around.
Yeah, that's it.
I keep ending up parking on the airstrip, but I can't work out why.
My phone works upside down. I've got one in my hand here.
Zoom out. Seems like a good idea. Zoom out. Why don't we FaceTime each other? Keep going to the left.
Check your smell.
I mean, I'm watching. We're seeing cars like drive on the same highway, bro. Like you can see the highway behind you. So you should be able to see me, bro. Like. Yeah, you can see clearly.
Oh, I remember
see the
this
cars
one.
on the highway behind me. So go ahead and zoom out again. Oh, you're on the water now?
No wonder no one walks up to him and
above
looks at the phone and go, excuse me, you've got it upside down.
This one with the red and white stripes.
Okay,
I don't know, I
give
can't
me
remember.
a wide zoom out. Okay, zoom in again.
Are you guys seeing video live?
Yeah. Try to find the shoreline again, Josh. Yeah, I think it's like right here. Oh my God, I think I see the car. Okay, go a little bit to the right.
Is it right side up or upside down?
The biggest problem is they are much higher above the water than they claimed to be, aren't they?
He's looking at it and then putting in FaceTiming the viewfinder.
Okay. Oh, I see. So it's probably not the best quality.
Okay, go to the right a little bit.
It's
Zoom in a little bit more.
82 zoom or something.
But that's digital, not real.
I don't know what part of that
Very
is.
well could be. Zoom out a little bit.
Do you know your knots, John?
What's that?
Do you know your knots?
Yes. It could be.
I need those zip ties.
He's coming back.
You can see both of them. Perfect. Yep. All right, Josh, help them get eyes on us. Whoever's over there with you. Whoever's with the camera crew, like. You want to tell someone? I'm in a different area, man. For me to try to find this thing, it'll be kind of hard, but I got it. Well, keep it exactly where you're at. If you got visual on us, keep it exactly where you're at. I'm a little ways away from the other group. Okay, I'm gonna FaceTime Nathan right now. What?
Oh, he just turned the phone around.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Just quick flick of the wrist.
Yeah. Cool.
Nice.
So, and they're with the other people. They're not like with them, like right next to them, but they're like a good 20, 50 feet away.
Who is it?
This is Joshua.
Hey, find Joshua.
Okay,
Joshua has seen the balloon.
Okay, I'm gonna call Nathan right now. He's got eyes on it. Josh Vale.
Josh Vale.
Josh Vale or Josh Walker? Both of them. All right, Josh.
He's 20
It's organised bloody chaos to me.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see that they've got a plan.
Right on, buddy.
Mightn't be a good one, but they've got a plan.
Right?
Brother, we got.
Would you believe?
Find Josh Vale. He's got us on visual.
I think they were meant to lift let the balloons lift up with that mylar stuff.
Okay, Nathan.
Yeah. But they're expecting to see the balloons at the level they're at. I don't think they will.
10 feet, maybe?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
I'd say that too.
not very much of
I
them.
mean, 15 at the very most.
Yeah, I don't think that much of it.
Is there any way to measure it for sure? Or?
Not really, no.
Should we walk it down?
No.
Only thing is, we're not seeing any video footage from the other side of the lake when they're doing while they're doing this on this one.
Exactly. Where they
Sure.
know where to look.
Yeah.
Right.
The other side of the lake, they're about the same. They end up being about the same height above the water as this because they go in the car park, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they said, is there any way to measure it really? And I assume they're talking about how high they are above the water.
And then once the Mylar gets
course
up,
there is.
really, once they know where they're looking, they're really going to be able to.
What's that, brother?
I bet you they're using GPS and Google Earth to figure out the spot to know which way to look in the first place.
Yeah.
You mean those systems that rely on the Earth being a globe?
But shush,
They
don't
say
tell
this is very
anyone.
exciting.
Don't let anyone know that.
I don't know what angle you are. All right.
Yeah, we got on FaceTime together, and they were showing like the viewfinder and the P900, and then tried to line it up with some cars that were on the highway.
They say they're right. Okay, let's go. All right. Up.
Isn't there a second highway behind there that's much higher up as well?
No, it's not really.
I wonder if there's any more to that one that I haven't got.
I think it's the
Well,
National
there's-
Geographic thing, and that must be the other side of it or something, is it?
What's to do with the Salton
Yeah,
Sea?
I think National Geographic. I think that's just part of the Salton Sea National
Yeah, Salton
Geographic
Sea
video.
curvature experiment.
This is me being really a newbie, but is Salton Sea susceptible to really high refraction? Is Salton Sea in the States then?
Yeah, it's in Southern California.
And it's susceptible
In
to
the desert,
really,
at
really
altitude.
heavy refraction, or
it depends on the time of day.
It's a high altitude lake.
Okay.
That's quite often, from what I understand, it's got a high salinity in it, and and it also because of it's got high salinity, it quite often has a high temperature.
Oh, and what's the altitude of it? Just out of interest.
Oh, geez, I'd have to.
Is it high enough for the air density? Because the higher you get up, the temperature differential will have more of an effect, obviously.
I think it's a couple of 1,000 feet at least, from what I understand.
And that's why they choose it then.
Well,
No,
it's
it's
just a big
open lake.
Yeah.
With places where you can view a decent distance across it. But I mean, let's face it. If you know where the target's going to be going up from, and you know where you are, you should be able to just set the camera up on a bearing and put the target up in the sky, and eventually you'll flipping well see it.
I just googled, and Salton Sea is below sea level, 69 meters below sea level.
Oh, okay. Our casual spacehead doesn't even know what they're doing.
So why do they always call it a high altitude lake then?
I don't know.
Good question. I don't know. I don't call it
Surface
that.
elevation minus 69 meters.
Who's your sources?
Who's that?
Yeah, who's they?
As in the flat Earth contention.
Cool. There, I rest my case.
But Peter, you know
all
a
right.
bit,
Sorry. Stupid me for listening to whatever they say as evidence. My fault.
I'm guessing it must be in that bit of the Rockies, etc., that also has Death Valley, because Death Valley is like below sea level but surrounded by really high bits of mountain, isn't it?
Yeah, but this
I know
is
they go up into the
236
valley.
feet below sea level.
I know they drive up into the mountains to get there. That's why I assumed it was at high level.
Oh, I see. They drive up the mountains, but they come down the other side, but it doesn't seem like they go as far. So obviously it must be up in the mountains.
Yeah, and of course, you come down to sea level, but you've got mountains all around you, so you can't actually see out of the valley.
Do they still claim that it's high level?
Well, okay. I thought I'd heard the claim it was high level, but maybe I'm mistaken on that, because obviously I'm not disputing the fact that if Pip says it's 69 feet below sea level, it's 69 feet below sea level.
Well, no, its surface as of January 2018 was 236 feet below sea level.
Yep.
Obviously, it must have been low tide.
The deepest point of the sea is 5 foot higher than the lowest point of Death Valley. That's how low it is.
Yeah.
Apparently it stinks.
Yeah, I can't find
Yeah, I've heard that.
I can't find that balloon one.
Yes, John, it's high altitude if you hold your phone upside down.
Okay, what's this one?
Oh, bugger. Stop making me laugh. It's buggering up my face. And I need to be able to go and talk later, since you all seem to want me to make these damn videos.
Refer to Rule D. I reckon that doesn't work in this case.
The water temperature in the Salton Sea varies in winter down to 10 degrees Celsius, but in summer, guess how hot it gets? 35 degrees Celsius. Yeah,
I was gonna say about 40.
Sly did a rebuttal to it. goes for 13 minutes.
Everybody's done rebuttals to the Salton Sea video.
Yeah.
And I mean, let's face it, National Geographic filmed them, but I'm pretty sure they were just laughing and pointing, really.
Yeah. Oh well, we'll let that one go.
You know how you debunk this, don't you?
Blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah.
That's the one.
Oh. Where are we up to? What was that one? Flat Earth Foucault experiment? I wonder if that one, what's that one got? Oops, sorry. Oh shit, I've got to change my battery. Just
Talking about Michelle Foucault or Henry Foucault?
Yeah.
Add lib for 2 seconds, I'll just change my battery.
Add lib again.
Anything happened since I was gone?
Nope.
No.
Nah.
Nothing important, that's for sure.
Yeah, Flat Earth's got slightly dumber.
Was that possible?
Yeah, the Terry's managing to really scrape the
Bottom of the barrel.
Flurf.
I'm back.
Although we haven't got to any of the Nathans yet.
No, I didn't quite get that far on the list. If that's what
Thank
you're talking
God.
about.
I want to know what was supposed to happen yesterday.
What was supposed to happen yesterday?
What?
Well, because according to the great, wise and mystical one from Ireland, Pete, everything was going to change and everything was going to happen on the far away, as it was for years, the far away date of the 20th of April 2020. That was yesterday. Did anybody notice anything yesterday other than what we've already been suffering?
No.
Nope.
Anything at all? No,
Hang on.
Nope.
I saw a star train. That's it.
I was going to say flavoured water came out of my tap, but then I remembered I put cordial in the glass first.
There you
so
go.
nothing happened.
So, like any of these other great and wonderful predictions, generally about the end of the world as we know it.
I ran out of beer. Does that count?
Not really. No.
Almost as bad as the end of the world.
Well, that's his own personal end of the world. That's not sort of on a global scale, is it? You know, I can understand that it's a moment of panic when you go to get another beer and you think, no, hang on a minute, I'm sure I had another one. Oh,
and the shops are shut.
But yeah, I think on the global scale, that unfortunately that ranks pretty.
I mean, how are you handling it, Terry? Being able to only get one slab per bottle shop per day.
Well, I can fit a lot in the back of the wagon, you know.
Yeah. Terry's now local drive goes halfway to Sydney and back, and it just happens to go past 5 different bottle shops now. So
yeah, funny that, eh?
Yeah. But it's still local.
Oh yeah.
I might hook the trailer up next trip.
Terry, just get a post office box in Sydney, and then if the police pull you over, you just say, I'm just going to go check the mail.
I was talking to a friend of mine who was an alcoholic, and he's reformed now, but he was telling me of some of the tricks he used to get up to. He used to refill his stubbies with water and put them back in the fridge so his wife didn't think he was drinking so much. He used to put his empties in his neighbour's bin, so his bin wasn't so full.
No, see, back in the day when I was still married, we didn't have that many wine bottles. She was a heavy wine drinker. We didn't have that many wine bottles go out in the recycling bin. She can buy it in boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, the Goonies.
They hold like 2.5, 3 bottles worth of wine at one go. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you take that foil bag out and just flatten the box, you can get loads of them in the recycling bin. None of that guilty clatter when you throw the empty bottles in the next morning, you know.
Oh, that's good thinking. I never thought about that. That's an idea.
And if you only get certain wines in boxes, but if it happens to be a particular brand of wine that you like, you're on a winner.
Yeah. When I say it's reformed, it means he doesn't have a 6-pack for breakfast anymore.
Reformed, that just means he hasn't been caught in a long time.
Yeah.
The other nice thing about those wine boxes is if you're really desperate, you can pull the bladder out and refill it with some water and use it as a very comfy pillow.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Or you just there.
blow it up.
The trick is, Alan, once you get to the end, you need the pillow so you can have a nap under a tree.
Yeah.
If you make it that
Then
far.
I want a box of wine, and it's only 11 o'clock in the morning.
That's if you don't just pass out with your head on the uncollapsed box.
Yeah, bug it, this'll do.
No, what you do is you get tanked up before the whole family's going to a very fancy Italian restaurant, but you get tanked up so much that you actually pass out before the dessert course arrives.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
You a personal experience there, Farmer?
It wasn't me who passed out.
Right,
It was me who sat there with head in hand, going, "Oh dear God, why me?" No, she's just tired and emotional after a very long week. Come on, let's pay the bill and go. Hey ho.
Hey ho. Hey, Rosie recently found some old photos, including some of her mother when her mother, before I married her, and it was like, oh look, there's my mother. Oh look, she's got a wine glass in her hand, and that was before the drinking became a problem.
Yes, I swear a cousin of mine has a drinking problem because she's one of these that puts lots and lots of photos on Facebook. And she seems to be going on holiday all the time. And I swear there isn't a photo that doesn't have an alcoholic beverage in it somewhere. And you could easily get the wrong idea and go, oh, look, she's alcoholic.
Yeah.
Because every single photo's got alcohol in it. Either it's on the table in front of her or she's holding the glass and grinning at the camera. And no, you haven't got a drink problem, have you? You seem to get hold of it quite easily.
Yeah, I don't have a drink problem. I drink, I get drunk, I fall down, no problem.
No problem,
exactly.
People with drinking problems go to AA. I don't go to AA.
As Homer Simpson put it, alcohol, the cause and solution of most of the world's problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only to pass by one thing. Donuts. God, I could do with some nice jam donuts right about this minute.
Donuts.
Now I want wine.
They can't
the
do.
donuts.
Yes, it's still a little early for that, isn't it? Wine.
What, wine or the donuts?
It's never too early for donuts, particularly if they've got coffee in them. But
Actually, it's 11 o'clock, so it's plenty early enough. It's plenty late enough for the wine.
I don't know about that.
You bet early, yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't have any. So there you go.
But other than that.
Well, I mean, even back in the day, the pubs would be open by now, wouldn't they?
Yeah. 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, the pubs would have been open long enough to have jumped the first round by now, wouldn't they?
Just about.
7 minutes. Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, well, then what was it? 2 o'clock they shut again?
Yes,
I'm not shut here.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they used to shut about 2 and then they didn't open until 7.
I swear I've seen this map before.
Yeah.
Stupid map. Yeah, I have seen this map before. I saw it once
It
in a
was
book.
at the end of. It was at the end of that last video we watched. I thought, unless
Yeah, I
it
might not
popped
have
up
been
on
seeing
Terry's.
Oh, it's the target side video. Yeah, I was right enough. So the opposite side from Natural Deer was that.
No, we're going back to 2015.
Time travel. We'll have a flashback.
There are a lot of fraudulent experiments that are used to reinforce the Ball Earth conspiracy. Planet worshippers use the fraudulent experiment of Foucault to prove we are on a spinning ball. This experiment is no more fraudulent than the Coriolis effect in your bathroom toilet. Here is an example. It doesn't matter where you are on flat Earth or even in your fantasy ball planet. Now let's take a look at this circle. This circle is your toilet bowl. Now if the flow of water came out from here, which way do you think the rotation will be? The answer is counterclockwise. How about here? You will get a clockwise rotation. Now how about here in the middle? There would be no rotation here in the middle. So what does this fraudulent lie have to do with the next fraudulent lie? Easy. The pendulum is strategically set in motion away from the aligned centered pivot point, just like your Coriolis toilet. Here is another example. If this thick person had the ability to levitate, then your make-believe planet should revolve underneath him, right? Once facing east, you should now be facing west, due to the Foucault experiment, which is falsely represented as fact.
These flat earthers don't understand the notion of inertia, do they?
No.
Well, you can see how they've repeated the same garbage to present day, and this is going back. What did I say the date was? 2015 or something?
2015, wasn't it?
The real question is, if the Earth is spinning, which it isn't, why give the pendulum the ability to move in any direction? Deceptive manipulation is the answer. To test if the Earth is spinning without deceptive manipulation is easy. Using ball bearings, the rotating part and the stationary part are separated by the ball bearings, and perfect for such experiment. Now, this is the rotating part, and this is the stationary part. Some of you might say that I am wrong, and that this is the rotating part, and that this is the stationary part. Well, you caught me. But that's only true if the Earth isn't spinning. Remember, they claim the Earth is spinning, therefore this part is spinning because it is attached to the spinning Earth, and this part isn't spinning because it is separated. So, the left part of this apparatus is red, and the right part of this apparatus is black, which is attached to your beloved spinning planet, and the stationary part, the front side, is marked 1, and the back side is marked 2. If the Earth is spinning, then 12 hours later, the pole on the left side would be black, and the pole on the right side will be red. And we would see the stationary part still presenting itself as 1, right? What do you think would happen without the deceptive manipulation of man and only the alleged manipulation of spinning ball Earth? Feel free to waste your time on this experiment, which I will be calling the FISA experiment, which stands for Flat Earth Stationary Apparatus Experiment.
What's that supposed to prove again?
Conservation of momentum.
Other than the fact that he has got a very strange voice. Bizarre.
Oh dear.
Absolutely bizarre.
Of course.
It's still nowhere near the level of Riley doing an entire video about the wrong focal.
Focal, yeah.
Oh, I was drunk. Really, you had to review it and then post it, and you didn't realise. No, you're a bloody idiot.
And yeah, and not only was it the wrong focal, but he then went on for a really vicious personal attack on the guy's morals, which is completely unrelated to whether or not the experiment works, and whether or not if it had been the right focal, whether he'd done the experiment correctly.
Yeah, but that's how they roll, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, they're flat earthers who keep quoting Einstein. Was Einstein a flat earther? No, I don't think so.
No.
Does anyone know when the P900 first came out or was used by the Flurfers?
Oh,
roughly.
Hasn't it?
That's been the P1000's been around a couple of years, so you're probably looking at 5 years ago maybe for the P900.
Let's have a look.
Very good guess. It is March the 2nd, 2015.
There you go.
Thank you, Google.
Yeah, Google's awesome. It's still a crap. It doesn't matter when it came out. It doesn't matter that there's a P950 or a P1000 now.
No.
They're all really crap.
Yes, but they're cheap. They're cheap for a reason.
Yeah.
They're a cheap way of getting a lot of they're a cheap way of getting a lot of magnification.
There's a reason why we call them bridge cameras
for an image, especially if you just want to do crappy 1080p video.
Yeah, but they're a bridge camera. They're to get you from a cheap little instant pocket job to getting you across to a proper full-size DSLR with proper lenses camera. It's the in-between. It's the step. It's that's right. We'll call it a bridge camera.
I'm really sorry. I disagree with that, farmers, because your micro sort of like compact has a better sensor than what is inside the P900.
Yeah, but
I was going to say that's the problem. They've got really crap sensors. They've got really crap, really tiny sensors in them. Because some of the bridge cameras have got actually big sensors for they've got big sensors, not full APS-C sized or even full third size, but they have actually got, for that type of camera, a decently sized sensor in them, which is why the bridge cameras are a bit bigger. It's build a big, because it's a big bridge camera, and then they put a sensor in it that's smaller than the sensor in your average mobile phone.
Yeah, the P900 and P1000, the P950, the latest one, they are a brilliant, massive optical lens system wrapped around a mobile phone, and that's it.
Yeah.
The Sony sensor inside it is exactly the same one that you'd have in the Xperia. There is little to no difference besides the DSP. It's ridiculous and horrid at the same time.
I keep hearing someone saying there's a 950. If they went from P900 to not 1000, why are they going backwards to 950 for?
Because these are models, not ranges. So the P is the designation of the class. The 900 and the 1000 are ranges, so you can have 950, 980, 970 if you wanted. It's just ways to. They've updated the 900 to the 950 because they put a new signal processor on it, which gets a few more ISO sensitivity, 4K video, and something else. But it's basically the same damn thing.
Yeah, it's it was a rubbish. It was not a brilliant sensor. It was a tiny little sensor. Yeah, it's got a huge amount of magnification. But given some of the options that are around now, there are better ways to get magnification.
Is there though? Because like you said, your lens with a multiplier and you know, a smaller sensor, you'd probably get an APC sensor. You'd probably get close.
Yeah, I mean, if you go down to something that's especially if you hang it on one of the 4/3 cameras.
Yeah, but if you think about the accumulated price of that, Alan, that's a lot more than a P1000. Lens,
yeah,
multiplier, and camera body. You're looking at near on £2,000 there, probably.
yeah. If you buy it new. But you can. I could buy the lens new, and I can put an acceptable body on it for £1,000 because I hung an EOS 550D on the back of my lens, and I've been told that the with a slightly longer equivalent focal length than a P1000 at the same output resolution, my images were preferred over a P1. You know, were really, people thought they were pretty damn good. I'm not going. I can point you at the image if you really want me to, but
That'd be
back
the
in a
phone,
minute.
Reg.
It's a bat phone.
Okay, what have we got next? Oh, Chicago skyline. But this says 48 of 5. How can it be 48 of 5? Oh, 4B of 5. Sorry. I read that wrong. I read that wrong.
How can it be 48 of 5?
Yeah, that's what
yeah, good question.
Yeah, well, I only just... It's in a small part of the screen on the computer, so when I read that... Flat Earth experiment, 48... Oh, 4B of 5, sorry. I didn't think twice about that one.
Always makes me chuckle when I see letters like that, particularly on a heating system, and the radiators are numbered 1 to 40, and then there's a 14B. You had to add in the radiator. You couldn't be asked to go back and renumber the entire system.
What did I say we're going back to? Oh, we're going back to 2015. Now, I
Not
don't
more
want to go
red
back
pills.
too far before the P900 come out because we won't get no zoom or quality. Well, at least they tell you where we are.
Yep. That's probably the only thing they're going to get right.
Wait, what?
What do they need to know that for?
No. What's that say? 500. Oh, what's it looking at? Oh, no. It's probably the target that they're looking at is 588 feet elevation.
I hope so, because they ain't 588 feet up.
No, I'm thinking that's ocean right there. There's something weird.
5.88 feet, possibly, but okay.
Yeah, no. We know, farmers, a flat earther is not going to get decimal on feet for accuracy.
Yeah. But he's looking at it.
5.88 feet. What's that? That's what? 5'9", 5'10".
Shame I couldn't read what he's got there in the
584. Wait a minute. What's he? Okay, that's interesting. So his watch says 584.
Oh. And he's saying 5'88".
Yeah, but this is on about feet elevation.
Yeah, so he's 4 foot out already.
I can't zoom in anymore. Oh.
Sorry about that.
Might be a bit zoomed in there, Terry. I'm just, I'm guessing here.
A bit.
You might want to unclick out of the search box so that you're not stuck with the search box showing on the screen, Terry. With the search suggestions stuck there.
Let's it up a bit.
Maybe just click the arrow at the top to move it up.
There we go.
I just wanted to zoom in a bit.
Yeah, well, yeah. As you zoom in, if it's not exactly centered, you're going to have to move the image with the.
Yeah, it does say I can't zoom in anymore. It'll be too blurry. Is it an altimeter or something or whatever? It's not a compass or.
A lot of phones now actually have a little tiny miniature barometer in them.
That's not a phone. That's like a watch or something.
Sorry, yeah, I meant a watch. You can get watches with barometers in. You've actually been able to get watches with barometers in for years.
Really? Yeah.
So if you remember, Alan, when I did that first video that I did, which showed that my watch has got a built-in altimeter and barometer built into it.
Yeah, but if it's got an altimeter, it'll have a barometer because, I mean, let's face it, they are basically the same thing, just reading out in a different manner.
Well, yeah. So a lot of your Samsung watches have got them built into the watch itself.
Actually, there are different kinds of altimeters, including GPS, but that's beside the point.
Well, there's barometric altimeters, there's radar altimeters, and then there's finding your altitude off GPS.
So and I know the ones in my watch are barometric, because you can calibrate it to sea level.
Yeah.
It's not GPS. It's barometric. So it doesn't. You don't need the phone for it to work. It works.
Yeah, no. You're not really gonna fit a radar altimeter in a device that you're going to be able to wear.
Oh, come on!
I'm still confused though. If this is 588 foot elevation, what water body has 588 foot elevation with waves cresting like that near the beach?
They don't. Because right at the start, they said they're Warren Dunes.
All right, so this is Chicago skyline. So this might be a lake.
Is it the Great Lakes? Is it? Yeah,
the Great Lakes are about that elevation, I believe.
Because he said he was at
Warren Dunes.
Warren Dunes State Park.
Yeah, Warren Dunes State Park.
Yeah, so it'll be the Great Lakes.
Yeah, the Great Lakes are actually fairly high.
Oh.
And it also said here something too. NGS station CON, whatever that means.
Okay, Lake Michigan surface elevation of 577 feet.
Yeah, now that makes more sense. But yeah, I've not really, obviously, because
can you just go back a second, Terry? There was when they would back a little bit further, back to the next. Right, okay. I'd like to know what his definition of an 18-power camcorder horizon scan is.
Yeah.
Because I can absolutely assure you that he hasn't got a expletive clue.
Well, they're doing a scan of the horizon with a camcorder at 18 power.
No, that means nothing on a camcorder.
Look, I'm just playing the video. Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. But you do realise if you take a zoom ratio off that you take off of the side of the camera, that has absolutely no bearing on how much magnification of the image you can get, because all that tells you is that the telephoto end of the zoom lens is X number of times longer in focal length than the wide angle end of the zoom lens. If you don't know what focal length it starts and or finishes at, it gives you no way of being able to work out the actual field of view that you're going to get at any point. It's a completely meaningless figure in this scenario.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just one of them things that annoys me.
Oh. 774 foot elevation. I can see numbers on it, but I don't know. They're not matching. Seem to be matching. I've got no idea what's written on it.
Yeah, he's only got to move his arm up and down a foot to change it by a foot, hasn't he? So
yeah.
Why does he not look like he's at the highest point on the hill?
What's all that? Anything?
No, I can't read it because it's too tiny, fuzzy. Yeah, unfortunately, given.
What's that say there? Datum feet.
I don't know. Even with it.
Yeah, it says datum feet.
Distance in miles.
Oh, he's working in stupid bloody units, and he's got the radius of the Earth in feet.
Oh.
How can't he do it in meters? Just do everything in meters. I mean, divide because everybody can manage to divide by a flipping 1,000, can't they?
No, except for
Nathan.
Sorry.
Except for Nathan. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't help not being able to see it full screen. Not even full screen. It's fuzzy.
Oh.
Yeah, so 588 feet elevation. What is the elevation of the water?
Did you notice up on the hill that he had a theodolite? It looked like a theodolite.
I thought you just had a P1000 or something set up on the tripod at the top of the hill.
Oh, I thought I seen
it. Might have even just been a tripod at one point. Can't remember now. I wish he wasn't swinging that camera out so fast though.
That on the left, that's a theodolite.
Uh,
That's not a camera.
yeah, that probably is
one of them.
One of them. Yeah. Oh, sorry. The surface of that lake water moving like that is really rather nausea-inducing.
Elevation 735.
Could have got the flipping tripod set up level, couldn't he?
You could ski on that lake. It's sloping.
Yeah, or if he's hand holding it, he's really bad.
Wow. Okay, so they've got a total station or something.
So it's Sunday, October 25th. Here at beautiful Warren Dunes State Park. We have an absolutely clear day. A good day for taking sites. Probably 50 or 60 miles of visibility on this day. I'm at elevation 778, top of Tower Hill, near the NGS survey station, Bald Tom, but not at that station. And based on WGS 84 spherical Earth, we would expect to turn an angle of negative 14 minutes to the horizon from this point, and an angle of negative 6 minutes to the top of the Sears Tower from this point. And so I've just turned those angles. I come up with, to the horizon, I come up with an angle of negative 13 minutes and 40 seconds, which is very consistent. That's to the horizon. And then to the building, I'm getting 7 minutes and 32 seconds and 3 minutes and 47 seconds, which I will digest that information and put it on the video clip. But this is very good weather, very good date for doing this, and seem to be having very good results. From this location, you can confirm that the Earth is spherical and not flat.
And sloping.
Yeah. And slopey, because he's got a really useless cameraman. But I thought this was going to be a flurper.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. What's that flat Earth experiment?
Well, flat Earth experiment doesn't have to confirm flat Earth.
No,
They could set out to disprove it.
But an experimenter that just admitted that the measurements he's taken have.
Well, wait a minute. Have I got a Star Wars movie going now?
No, this is too fun.
So is this like footage from a Star Wars filming or something?
I don't know. This is just on the end of it. I'd say some people were there, and he just filmed them.
I think they might be some Star Wars reenactor types.
Is it?
Meanwhile,
Bit of cosplay.
Meanwhile-
Can't beat it.
Meanwhile, back at the Ponderosa.
meanwhile, back at the ranch, Tonto disguised as a dog. Oh, it's not. Shut up.
That curvature the Earth has. Flatted is not.
You'll still have Lemon saying that the horizon always rises to eye level.
Yeah, because of course it doesn't.
Oh my god, my keyboard's here.
Yeah, I seen you put that in the internal
keyboard.
Gonna open it up like a present. Oh yippee! I got a
What,
present.
what does it do? Make coffee?
I bet you it's got letters on it and numbers and.
Yeah.
If it came
And
with the any
stuff.
key. If it didn't come with the any key, you got ripped off.
Yeah. Now, can I ask a question? Is it a wireless keyboard and does it come with a numeric number pad built in?
Mine's a wireless with a number pad.
Yeah, like the one in front of me. The look.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got it. It's awesome. I'm gonna open it.
Keyboard.
Yeah, but
it's a key.
I
It's
still
a
have the
keyboard with
question.
trackpad.
I still have the question. Does it have a number pad on it?
No.
A keyboard without a numpad.
I hate keyboards. I hate keyboards that that don't have an actual number pad on them.
But of course, they always put the number pad on the wrong. They always put them on the wrong side. They should be on the left, not the right. If you're
Why, you're
right-handed,
left-handed?
no, because your right hand's always got hold of the mouse.
Well, not if you use keyboard shortcuts.
This is quite possibly. I'll give Apple this. This is way overpriced.
It's Apple.
No, I mean, this is a new level of overpriced. This is.
Yet you still bought it.
Yeah, research.
Yeah, but it might have.
I need to support this, farmers. I can't. Yeah, there's no two ways about this. This needs to be supported for
I
something
hope
that I'm
it's
writing.
not going to be another monitor incident.
I mean, I can remember looking at one of the big Apple laptops, with the 17-inch screen, and I looked at it, and there's no, there's this tiny little keyboard in the middle with this huge amount of space around it, and no numpad.
Mm.
And they went, well, you can always use an external one. I went, yeah, but if I'm using it on my lap,
exactly.
There's no. Where am I going to put it? I can't put it on my leg because the laptop's already on that.
Well,
that's why I'm using that's why I'm using the trackpad in the front of it and not.
Oh, I hate trackpads. No, I found that in the end I bought a separate number pad. Because when you're using AutoCAD all day, you don't want to have to keep letting go of the mouse. Use your right hand on the keyboard. Do right hand mouse, left hand, everything else. So you're then reaching across. If you want to type in numbers quickly, the number pad is on the right hand side of the keyboard. It should be on the left hand side of the keyboard. I don't want to have to keep moving my hand from the mouse to the keyboard thousands of times a day, which is what you'd end up doing, which is why all my keyboard shortcuts and AutoCAD are all configured so that you can conveniently type them in with your left hand. And if they're two key commands, then the two keys are next to each other.
Yeah, I have to say AutoCAD is not something I've had a huge dealing with.
The quickest and easiest way to use AutoCAD is keyboard shortcuts. Drop down menus and stuff like that, it just takes too long. When you're using it every day, everything you use all the time is a keyboard shortcut. I don't use pull down menus unless some things it's easy to use a menu on the screen, like when you're drawing dimensions on things, because they're a pain in the ass to do keyboard shortcuts for. But all your common commands when you're you're drawing straight line, circles, arcs, and what have you. Keyboard. It's so much quicker to the point that somebody who's watching you can't actually see what you're typing in, but you've just performed several commands on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I use as a photographer, I use Lightroom a lot, and in the develop module, I'm using the mouse and the scroll wheel a lot. And then occasionally, and I use keyboard shortcuts to move to different tools. But then the minute I get to localized adjustments, where I then drop the mouse and pick up my pen and use my pen pad.
Yeah, well, it's in AutoCAD you get silly things like there's a command called leader. Now you're basically drawing an arrow and a line from a note to whatever the notation is for.
Yeah.
So you're basically drawing this arrow. Well, the keyboard shortcut for that, for quick leader, is Q and L. Look at your keyboard. Could they be any further apart?
Which two keys? Sorry, I missed that.
Q and L. Q's on one side, L's on the other. How illogical is that?
Yeah, I mean, even with my little finger and thumb, it's tricky. Yeah.
So you go in and reprogram it so that my keyboard shortcut for that command is LK. Purely because those two buttons are next to each other. LK means nothing at all to anybody else, but to me that means that's the same as QL. That's the quick leader line. Because LK in the space bar, you can do that in a fraction of a second.
Yeah.
Because of course the space bar is your return button.
Yeah. John Rapp is asking, how is SketchUp compared to AutoCAD?
No idea. Never use SketchUp. I've been using 2D AutoCAD for 20-something years.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing. When you're working professionally in a field that is using AutoCAD, AutoCAD is what you use.
That's it. AutoCAD's been certainly in building, in construction. AutoCAD has been the building standard pretty much since it came out, which is Christ, when did that come out? Late 80s, early 90s, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake, tablet, yeah. Buttons and keyboard shortcuts on soft buttons on the tablet is brilliant.
Now, in the early days of AutoCAD, this is obviously pre-Windows, you had two screens, a keyboard and a tablet with a puck on it, and you could put different menus on that tablet, or digitize, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And you entered commands off that. You didn't have a mouse, you had a puck.
I remember, and they had a little window at the front with the crosshair.
That's it.
So that you could exactly align it on the grid.
Yes.
On the active area that it sat on.
Yeah. And you had a graphic screen, and you had the good old traditional green and black text screen, and you did everything in DOS. It was all DOS commands because it wasn't. This is pre-Windows. Yeah, that's how it started.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them. I've handled one of those pucks and things in the past, but
then Windows came along and it all became a thing of the past.
Yeah, but I have to say, I do really like working on the pixel part of the photos with the pen.
Yeah.
And when I get if I get into Photoshop, I really do, and I think we've got to change the subject because
I think we have. Yes. Yes. But it's a compass.
Yeah. So
indeed,
a simple experiment with a compass proves flat Earth.
Does it really?
I haven't got a compass, so I can't replicate this experiment.
I've got a couple somewhere.
I've got a compass right in front of me on my desk if you would like me to do it. The only problem is it doesn't point north very well because there's so much electronics and other stuff producing magnetic fields around me that it gets a bit weird. I mean, if I put my phone up near it,
I've got
my
one on
phone will
my phone.
really.
I
my
might
phone
I
will
might
really
have
weird it out.
I might have a mil-spec prismatic compass in my hand right now,
Oh,
Terry.
is it
Yeah, I've
graduated
mine on
in
my
mils?
desk, literally in front of me.
What was that, Farms?
Is it graduated in mils?
Of course it is. It's military spec.
Cool. That's what I used to use in Army Cadets.
Yeah, it's all mil spec. So it's. I think if I look hard enough, I'll probably even find a crow's foot on it somewhere.
Has it been calibrated?
It was last calibrated. Hang on. 2016, so it'll still be good for a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we got it.
Sorry, this unfortunately this webcam is manual focus, and the exposure is not great. But yeah, there you go.
I didn't think your house was north-south facing when I looked at the map.
No, that's the mistake I make. Actually, that's not far off being correct, but I always feel like the house is north-south facing. So I am somewhat 20 degrees out. That's what I said. Every time I go look for the ISS, it always seems to come from about 20, 30 degrees further round than, and of course, actually, yeah, I've got the compass pointing.
Yeah, I'm facing the other way, north-south, a couple of degrees to the right. So my north is a little bit to the left, fraction to me left.
Because I literally have the compass pointing parallel with the back wall of the house now. So.
All right.
But anyway, this experiment.
Hi, Rich.
Hey, guys.
Oh,
hey, Paul. Long time no see.
Today I wanted to show you how a compass proves that the Earth is flat. And not only that the Earth is flat, but that the Earth is surrounded in a gigantic circle of ice, which we refer to as Antarctica.
Well, just
so
with the
all
compass.
we need to prove this
Just with the
is
compass.
some coins and a consistent distance. All right, we get one more coin, so we'll start.
You got to do it on the floor, Al. And you got to have some coin,
so
and you got to have
is, we adjust this
yeah, and I'm betting that
this arrow right here.
the only flipping coins I've got are all
north, so
Cupro nickel, and they're not really very magnetic.
360 degree angle until we
find
I've got a.
Now notice, to go to north,
hang on just a
all
second.
you're doing is turning it on a flat XY axis. Now, if we were living on a globe, north would be the top of a globe, so there would have to be a horizontal axis too. But the fact that to go to north, all you have to do is turn the compass horizontally across a XY axis proves that the Earth is flat. So we're gonna keep this.
I've got to get that 2p really close to move it. There is a little bit of
right here, which is north.
Something
No, I don't think he's using it for any magnetic reasons.
So again, we have to adjust the black circle to the arrow at the top right here.
It's actual
east 90 degrees. And now that we're looking for east, to figure out where east
shiny
actually is, we turn this compass in a flat circular shape. And this
is he
arrow
just
points
marking
where
off?
east is. So again, we're going to take this marker, colored pencil, and we're going to put another coin here. So here we have north, and here we have east. Now let's do south.
There's a lot simpler way to do what he's doing.
I don't know what he's doing yet.
Arrow right here.
The bezel.
Now to find out where south actually is, all we have to do is line up that red needle inside the arrow holder, and here it is.
Just leave the bezel pointing at north, and so it's pointing in the right directions on the
so as you can see,
dial.
We have
and
north,
just never eat soggy
east,
wheat bix, right?
And south. Gonna see if I can just
I wonder if
find
that's west.
something to mark
It's still
north
got-
with, so we remember, guys.
Yeah, so
What?
so there we
That was
are.
it.
There's my compass pointing north.
Yeah.
So I might as well do that for all of them. So we have north right here.
That's my compass pointing east.
We have east right
I know
here.
I know the north point, but I know it says the arrow is west, but I know it's
South
pointing east
right
because
here.
it works out backwards.
And I'll get the west one ready for the next one.
Pointing south.
Alright. So as you can see, we have north, east, and south.
What happened to
And
west?
I hope you guys realize that if you were to
Pointing
continue in
west.
the same direction for 1,000 miles, you'd still be going north, east, and south.
Only trouble is when I go out in my
Yeah,
back garden and look
What are we
for
gonna do?
stuff coming from the
We're gonna
west,
turn
I look in
this black circle towards
that
west.
direction.
And now turn it until
So
the needle.
finding the ISS when it comes over the horizon can be a bit of an issue at times.
Now it's there. So this is where west is. So we're gonna take this blue thing to keep the distance consistent.
That's the
Put a
blue
point
thing.
there.
It's called a pencil.
And now we have west. So what do we have, guys? We have a outer circle or square / rectangle with north, east, south, and west. And as we speak, guys, this is literally north, this is east, this is south, and this is west in real life. As you can tell, north is not the center, and south is not the outer circle. North is literally in this direction for thousands of miles.
Of course, north's not the
South is in
centre.
this
He's
direction.
not in the
East is in this
flipping middle,
direction.
either on
And
or
west is
on
in
a
this
flat Earth.
direction. So let's do some of the ones in between. Let's do between north and east. So if we take this compass,
How dim is this guy?
I don't know. He's just
Turn this
he's basically
north.
just showing you
I'm
how
not
to.
sure what he's trying to prove, but let's do
Rotate
north
the
and
compass
east. So like northeast.
this way,
It'll be
lines up.
like it'll be
Here we have
45 degrees
northeast.
between the 2 points
So
that
we're
he's
gonna
already
use the
got.
same
Yeah.
You think?
consistent distance.
I don't know. I'm having a guess.
Yeah, you
And
sure?
There's a
northeast.
problem because
So
his
now let's do
compass
southeast.
is not in
So
the.
again, we're gonna line this up.
Because
at
he
the top,
thinks his compass
southeast.
should be in the middle,
Now all
and
we
it's
have to
not
do
because he's not in the bloody
is
middle.
turn it like this, and
If he was in the
Here's the
middle, that
one,
would
yeah,
be correct
southeast.
for his flat Earth, wouldn't it?
let's do southwest. We go here again.
Again,
I don't know what his
the,
presumption is for
225 degrees.
what he started with. He didn't say
Southwest,
anything.
turn
I can't hear him.
the compass on a flat horizontal scale.
Harry, I'm pretty
Right
sure he's going to
here.
start going through how to do different degrees in
And
a
here
minute.
we
And
have
he
southwest.
could have just done it all as one, which is
Finally,
ridiculous.
northwest.
Carl, what makes you think I've got anything on my
Turn this
feet?
towards northwest.
You do realise
Turn
that
the
he's just
compass
going to make a
until you
circle,
get the red
and then
needle
he's going to
Yeah.
go.
and the arrow.
There you go. There's proof. It's a circle.
And here we have
Yeah.
northwest. Now, when we remove this, we got to do one more, guys. Northeast.
I did like earlier how he said we've got a circle-ish square or a rectangle.
Turn the dial
Well,
towards
he's
the
just
northeast.
used
Yeah, I know. He said
the
that
same
start with.
distance
Which
from the
which
center to each corner. So that's
An arrow.
which flurfer is
right
this?
here. All right.
Yeah.
Now,
Where
when
is?
we remove this little colored
His
pencil
name's
and
Max.
zoom out,
Oh no.
what do we ultimately have? We're starting to see a circle shape around a center point. East, southeast, south, southwest, west.
Well, you might as well
Northwest,
go north-northwest,
north, and northeast.
south-southeast,
Yeah, north,
south-southwest.
south,
Draw a
west,
flipping
everything
circle
in
and stand in the middle of it. Yes.
90 degrees.
the. I'd be interested to know what his
270
lattice
South in every direction.
Because essentially the flat Earth.
I'm
60
nuts.
degrees, 45
I
degrees,
I
I think
135
I
degrees,
think this I think this is
225 degrees.
compelling
and 270.
Compelling flat
I'm
Earth
sorry,
watching this because it's making me want to believe in flat Earth if it will make him shut up.
0 degrees. Northeast 45 degrees.
I'll admit to it being
degrees.
flat if you just shut up with the stupidity, please.
Southeast,
It's polluting
degrees. South,
the human
180
race.
degrees. Southwest 225 degrees. West 270 degrees. And northwest 315 degrees. And then back to north, which is 0/360. So as you can see, the general shape we're starting to make is a circle. Now what I'm about to tell you is going to blow your mind. What do you think would happen if we did this same experiment with a colored pencil that was about 2,000 miles
to
away?
make it stop?
You get a pretty big circle.
Make it
What
stop.
I'm trying to tell
He
you
could have
guys
just
is that we
actually
are literally
gone to the
living
news
in a
agent
circle
and
of
bought
ice,
please
which
make
is
it
Antarctica. And this
not a
simple
magnetic compass,
experiment proves
but a
it.
drawing
You will
compass,
get the
and just
same
got this over and
results
done
of an
with
approximate
in 3 seconds.
circle shape.
What would
no
happen
matter how
if I held
long
one
this
end of a
distance
piece of
is,
string
because that's just
to
how
the
a
center
compass
point
works. A
and then
center
tied that
point
other end of the
with
string
a 360
to a
degree
coloured
circle around
pencil
it. God bless you guys.
and
That's the world we
drew
live in.
around
May
with
Christ
it
be with you.
360 degrees, I've got a circle, therefore flat Earth. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I really hope the self-induced damage to my head would have prevailed on Terry to stop.
Well, everybody
Never
talking
mind.
all the time, I couldn't understand what he was saying.
No, I couldn't.
Sorry, Terry.
You know why you couldn't understand what he was saying, Terry? Because what he was saying made no sense. You know that clip where people play the you lose the internet thing, no points, and yeah, you made everybody stupider. That is the clip we should now play, because listening to him has reduced the overall IQ level of this meeting.
I absolutely agree. Nothing he said made sense.
No, like it did make sense. What he was doing made sense, but not in the context of what he was trying to achieve.
Did you even have a clue about what he was trying to achieve? Because I didn't.
I don't know, a circular flat Earth or something. I assume, which made no sense.
Dave, there isn't really an east or west on a globe either. It's just a direction you can move in. On an AE projected flat Earth with the North Pole, well, on any AE projected flat Earth, essentially going around parallel to the circumference is going east or west.
Yeah, and if you're at the North Pole, you'd be able to make a circle by always drawing, moving your compass and always just putting a thing on south, right? Even though it wouldn't work with a magnetic compass.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's face it. If you're standing in a house that's completely white and all 4 windows face south, then you're at the North Pole.
What if you're at the South Pole? It doesn't exist.
Well, no. If you're at the South Pole, if you're in the South Pole, you'd be in a white building where all the windows face north.
Mm-hmm. But that'd be true on a like a globe or a flat Earth. Except on a flat Earth, there'd be a really big house.
No, actually, it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, would it? Because you'd be behind a wall. You wouldn't have a house.
Yeah, true. Well, no, on the ice wall, your house would just have to be circular shaped.
Well,
260,000 something miles, whatever it is.
It doesn't. No, because the minute you make it have some
260, no, 26. Sorry.
The minute you make it have some depth, the window stops pointing south. The windows stop pointing north.
Mm.
because there is no point at which everything faces. There is no point where everything faces north. Unlike, unless of course you make the Earth based on an AE projection centered on the South Pole, which is actually quite an interesting thing to do because it makes a little more. Yeah. It makes a little more sense because that way you actually get water all the way around the edge, so you don't get the problem of having some landmass that's completely that does what Antarctica does on a northern AE projection. Oh, I think we've confused Pip. I'm sorry, Pip.
I came back after doing my nails and what the hell are you on about now?
Which way's south?
Over there.
Down.
Yeah, it's like the old Pip. You must have heard the old riddle. You're standing in a house. Everything is white. All the windows face south. A bear walks past. What colour is it?
Not heard it, but I'm going to say white.
Well, it wouldn't be the South Pole because there's no bears in the South Pole.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. I'd already said all the windows face south.
Yeah, but there's no bears in the South Pole.
If all the windows face south, you must be at the North Pole.
Yeah. Yes, and we all know.
If they all face north, they'd be penguins in bear suits.
White bear.
Your house would be sinking.
Not necessarily. Sometimes the ice is quite thick. However,
now we're just going down silly buggers, aren't we?
If you did sink, it's an awful long way down to the bottom.
Pip, it's better than trying to build an observatory for we.
Shut up. A wee observatory.
I know.
Anyway, this is a short stream tonight, don't forget. So we're wrapping up now. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Peter.
No names streams, I don't know.
Huey, Farmer, Pip, Stingray, Gravity Guru, ML2, and Rich. They're all.
Thanks.
Who'd we end up with out in the peanuts? John, Andrea. Oh, sorry, Andrea. I didn't play your boyfriend, Anton. Sorry. Dave.
Tomorrow, you've got one out today. And get him tomorrow.
Sphera.
Tune in tomorrow.
A new person, Sphera. Arthur, Dave. Who else was here? I have to scroll. Oh, Carl was here. Hey, Carl. John. I'm going to read people's names out twice here. Dart. Dora.
You could go into the participants list. It's easier.
Yeah. Terry, can I just have a quick comment to John Rapp? If I'm standing at the geographic North Pole, the normally north pointing end of my magnetic compass would actually be pointing south towards the magnetic North Pole.
Yes.
Yeah, but it'd be but which direction would it be?
Well, if I'm standing exactly on the geographic North Pole, every direction is south.
Can we go now?
Could somebody please shoot me?
See everyone over on Discord.
Only if you shoot me first. Bye, everyone.